You're listening to Find the Good News, episode 47, The Skyscraper, featuring Braylin Jenkins. Find the Good News is produced by Parker Brand Creative Services, a branding agency that thinks sideways, pushes forward, and gets your brand up. See what else we do at parkerbrandup.com. It's Unwind Wednesday, so you know that means I have a new episode of Find the Good News for you to enjoy. My guest this week is Braylin Jenkins, the creator and host of Wide Awake with Bray, a local radio and digital program. If you want to know more about the man behind Hey Bray, then stick this one out. Next week's episode features Mike Brignac. Many of you will remember Mike from his days in Southwest Louisiana media, but you may not know the transformative story behind his departure and rebirth. I had no idea what Mike was going to lay on me when he visited, and I don't think a day has went by since we talked that I haven't thought about it. You're going to want to open your heart box all the way for this episode. For the rest of July and August, I've got Kayla Rigney, Dewana Tarver, Jelly Reynolds, Abby Dixon, Kevin Yadis, and Kelly Stawecki all sharing their good news and good works on the show. We'll be moving into the fall season after that, and I've got some really cool things in store for you, so stay tuned. As always, your support is appreciated. The easiest thing you can do to help is leave a review or share an episode with your network of influence. It really does go a long way for a local podcast that's trying to spread the good news far and wide. I've burned up enough of your headspace with announcements. I ask you to open your mind, lay your judgments and prejudices aside. Shake out your tension, turn the dials to your favorite settings, and press play on a little good news. I've always tried to be honest in these introductions, hopefully giving you the best short reflection on my conversation with the guest of the week and a brief sketch of the dialogue I'm presenting. I think it's vital that I be clear that this episode of Find the Good News with Braylin Jenkins, the creator and host of the show Wide Awake with Bray, takes a long way around to find the good. As we drew near to the end of our conversation, Braylin and I lovingly addressed that very point. As creators of digital content, Braylin and I happened to contact each other to do separate interviews on each other's shows, trading stories, perspectives, and motivations. In following Braylin online and in visiting with him before our Wide Awake interview, I could tell that he had been through something with stout gravity, maybe several heavy somethings, and that whatever he had been through drafted a new purpose and vector to his work in media. In visiting with Braylin, I was reminded that sometimes the sky is just out of reach, no matter how passionate we are when we first stretch to touch it. We extend our arms, our palms wide, ready to grip, but for all our efforts, we barely scrape the clouds before falling to the ground. Often, our true resilience doesn't come from climbing our way to the top. Our real strengths are formed in the times after our wax wings have melted, when we fall into the ground amidst our scattered pinions, and found the will to get back up, hopefully wiser and better equipped to make another solid try for the clear blue sky. Braylin Jenkins took the time to share his story with me, and I listened to his testimony. This is a sketch of a young man finding his way in Southwest Louisiana media and hoping to do a little good.
Wake up, it's morning. You're dreaming up a story. I can hear the way it's going, 'cause you're laughing in your sleep on the path to your deliverance, and a holy wall of light pouring through your window.
Old news, bad news, fake news. Sometimes you just want to shut it all down and get no news at all. With Find the Good News, I aim to change that by focusing on good people doing good work. I visit with artists, educators, civic and spiritual leaders, musicians, business owners, students, volunteers, and everyday citizens who are using their creativity, resources, and talents to bring hope and happiness to their corner of the world. In each episode, I dig into the hearts and minds of my extraordinary guests. We have street-level conversations about relatable things going on in their lives. Discover the critical life experiences that shape them, the perspectives that drive them, and the fundamental beliefs that are anchoring them to a path of goodness. There's a lot of news in the world. My name is Oran Parker, and I'm going to find the good.
And I love you just as well.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming.
Of course.
Yeah, I was excited. It's kind of interesting to have done an interview with you where you've interviewed me, and now we're kind of flipping it around. I was actually talking to my wife about that. I said, it's interesting. You think when you do a show week after week, you do 2 or 3 interviews a week, and you do a lot more than that. I mean, you're visiting with people, every day of the week, yeah?
Hit or miss, it depends.
Yeah. You think it's going to be something you settle right into, but it definitely is different being the one being interviewed. Completely different. But the other thing that I thought, which was a good experience for me, was to get to experience that. So I kind of know what my guests feel like,
I told my friends, I was like, I'm going to do this interview, and they're like, Braylin, you're going to do great. And I'm like, it just feels weird, when you're
Does it feel weird? How many have you done where you've been interviewed?
I don't know. I think I've been interviewed maybe 4 or 5 times in my life. Well,
yeah.
And I'm including magazine too. So
yeah, right.
Very few people on air. I mean, that's not true. I've been on air as a guest lots of times, like different shows that I love.
Yeah.
They'll let me go sit in with them, and then they'll end up having me on. Or like I'd hang out every afternoon on Hot 97.9.
Okay.
With Latone Hart when he did his evening show. Like he'd say, Braylin, throw on the headphones, and we would just talk and
yeah.
And that was cool because I really looked up to him and his show.
Yeah.
And I don't say those words often, but it was like sitting, because he was from the Midwest. And so when you had somebody who, he really could have made it and been like a big deal.
Yeah.
But he just low key and wanted to stay near his kids. So he always navigated, where they went. But yeah, hanging out with him every day, he had the highest numbers.
Really?
Like he was that good.
Yeah. And what do you think it was? Why do you think that was that way?
He's not confined to our mental process here.
Yeah, okay.
He really accesses everything, and he knows that he's confident enough to know I can say whatever I want, and ultimately the public is going to love what I say. The bosses may not.
Sure.
But at the same time, if I lose this job, I'll just go get another one.
That's interesting. That's something I think anybody who tries to do something like what you're doing with your show and what we're doing with this podcast, it's always a fear in the back of your head, especially if, like for us, we have a branding business, and so you run the risk of going, well, I'm gonna, if you, it's double edged. If you want the show, the podcast, to be good and authentic, then you have to be authentic. You can't be, making everything super homogenous and real safe. I mean, nobody wants to hear that. I mean, that's what attracts people to this type of show, is when you get into territory where they're going, ooh, I thought that too. Nobody said that out. They said that out loud, and that kind of stuff attracts me. And I go, well, if it attracts me, I know it's attracting other people. But there's in a community like ours, I do find there's that tendency to go, well, let's play it really safe. Let's not rock the boat a little bit, because if I rock the boat a little bit, I'm going to make the powers mad, in whatever those powers may be. I mean, I don't want to say the man, but I mean, because the man takes many forms. But you're going to upset someone, or you're going to say something that they're going to go, well, I don't want my business associated with that, because they talk about a topic sometimes that I don't agree with. And I don't know. I'm what I hope is that if that day ever comes, that this vehicle will have wheels on it.
Are we on yet?
We're on.
Did
man.
You get me?
I got you, man.
Good job.
Yeah.
I kind of told myself you did, but I said just in case, because I want to be careful what I said.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I have nothing to hold back. It's interesting you bring that up for me. I'm struggling right now, and we kind of talked about this off air. When we did the show the other day. The entity that I'm working with right now, KBYS, I know that they mean well, but people like me, they're really holding me back. And I could be doing so much more for our community and with our community. And so, doing nights kind of took that idea out of my head, in a sense.
How do you mean?
When you're on the morning show, and I did the morning show when we started the station, I was there when they started. You talk to people and they're like, well, Braylin, we want you to come out and do this, or we want y'all to come out and do this. And I'm looking at them, and I have to be honest. I'm like, the station's not going to do it. It's me.
Yeah.
And so I don't get paid for this.
Right.
So please take all that into account before you expect. Yeah. And it kind of let a lot of people down. They're like, we want y'all to be the ones out there. We don't have to call one of the corporates to come out.
Right.
And so it got tough because, a lot of things that I was invited to do or really wanted to do, I just couldn't. We were limited. So doing nights, it's almost like you don't see anybody, unless I invite them on myself.
Right.
It's more closed off in a sense. And so it's kind of an afterthought. It's like, what I put into the show is what I give back to the community.
Yeah.
So it's a totally different approach. But even now doing the nights, it's just certain things we need or, we'd like. And I've requested, for example, to have a meeting 3 times now. Oh, yeah, we're going to get to you. I'm sorry, we're busy right now. And they've never happened.
And that's to flesh that out more, right?
Yeah,
Like
to make make it clear, like, okay, I've put in, it's been 8 weeks now on air, or whatever. And I've been trying to follow the rules, but I'd like, permissions.
Yeah.
And the problem with me, and I've always been this way, and I think my other bosses in the past would confirm, things start to go rocky when I start to not feel that support and team camaraderie.
Do you say that? Let me ask you this, because I know I've have little things like that for me, and so those things for many years I looked at them as blessings and curses, and so it's like. Now I'm starting to go. Now as I get older, I go, hey, I need to lean into those things more. Whereas when I was younger, I would say, well, these are these are deficiencies, but actually they're not. They're actually what make you unique, and not unique as in rock star. Look at me, unique, but unique in the sense that you have a purpose and a place and a talent and a value that's specific, and it's for a certain thing. And if I don't lean into those things, then I'm just another. I'm just trying to fit into something else. I'm not being utilized in life properly. Not just for myself and my family, but for the community that I'm in. Does that kind of sound like what you're describing?
Totally. I and this is going to sound horrible. I've spent so many years worrying about how I came off to the public. And at the end of the day, I don't fit into this area, even though I'm from here. Just the way I do things, the way, the things that I've taken in over the years from outside sources. And how I want things to be or think they should be, they don't line up. And so I'm going to say some things in this podcast that's going to probably make me look like a huge jerk or some egotistical talent. But if you know where it comes from, it's all a part of the industry. It's a part of how I really prepare to be. And I just so happen to still be here.
Yeah.
If I were anywhere else, all these tools would equip me to be better and be the best in my field.
Sure.
And here it's not admired. Here it's like, well, you need to tone it down a bit. Or, I got a lot of flack from personalities like in my field, but also the public when I did the interview with Exposure Magazine years ago.
Yeah.
And they finally said what they never said. They said, you are, a journalist. And, you're not supposed to ever shine the light on you. You're supposed to shine the light on the guest. And I quickly corrected him and I said, no, I left news on purpose for many reasons. But one of them was so that I could actually be a part of the conversation. Because when you do that, we put the title journalist on there. There's a reason John Bridges and Brittany Glazer and all these others, Cynthia Arsenault, aren't being interviewed often. Their job is to not share their opinion. Their job is to purely, focus on the subject matter from a non-biased viewpoint. And Lake Charles has no opinion personalities. And I've heard about some in the past who wanted to go out there and stick it hard, and you listen to people who were turned off by it or who supported them, but nothing came of it.
Sure.
So they lost their jobs, they lost their shows. I don't want to be that person. I'm not trying to be controversial, but at the same time, it's like I do have an opinion. I feel like a lot of people, they may not agree with me, but they appreciate me using my voice on their behalf in some instances. And so for me, when you don't get to share how you really feel or even use your voice, it's almost wasted.
Yeah. Well, because you're replaceable. I get that. You see that with a lot of times with corporate media. Even in our market, you'll see a lot of people will just be let go. And then new faces will emerge and they stick them in, and you go, well, the show hasn't really changed. It's just another face, a younger face, a male face versus a female face, a black face versus a white face. And it's just corporate shuffling. It isn't really about making the show better.
Right.
Making a show better is just a lot of times a new paint job, organizing it a little differently. It's not necessarily about the personality of the host. You think, on one hand, I guess I can see that with corporate media, though. There's tons of these little morning shows and like Fox and Friends and all, I don't know what you call them, little variety shows. And I think maybe in that sense they're like, hey, we have these personalities and people kind of grow accustomed to them, but are they really putting their opinion out there? Not really. It's definitely governed by
It's funny you say that. So a lot of people don't know this. This is one of those little trial sessions. It was Mardi Gras 2018. I was just moved into a new apartment. I was literally in the process of moving. A friend convinced me to. That's a whole nother story. A whole nother headache. But it was one of the most stressful times of my life because I wasn't sure how I was going to pay the rent. I was looking for a job. And then all of a sudden I get a message on Facebook from Ashley. She does Kicks 96, the morning show. And I'd heard of her before. We'd never met, but I admired her for what she did in the community. Like, she does a lot. And so I thought, if you're asking me, to look into this, then sure. She's like, would you be open to doing it? The morning show had an open spot. And I'm already telling you way more than anyone in Lake Charles would want me to say.
At this point already?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. Because these are things that we don't talk about. We just sweep it under the rug here.
Sure. Okay. I got you.
But Chad Austin was the morning guy. And a lot of changes were happening. And I worked with Chad back in 2012, 13, back when I did the news for Kicks. And he'd been a staple there. Like, he's the one who does Camp Out for a Cause every year. He collects all those food items for Abraham's Tent.
Yeah.
Like, he's a fixture in our area.
Yeah.
And it was a mixture of, disagreements with the new authority coming in and the changes they wanted to make. And his heart, I think, being set on, we're the heritage station. People love us the way we are. Why are you trying to change us? And finally, he just made the decision, for what was best for him, from what I understood, and he moved on. That, we don't know. We never know how that ends.
Right.
But that's my understanding. So they were looking for somebody to replace him. And when they asked me, the first thing that pops in my head is, that's my friend. I really do respect him. That it kind of hurts me that I would even be considered to replace someone. That's a difficult situation to be in. At the same time, looking at it from an industry perspective, this opportunity may never present itself again. So go for it.
Yeah.
And so I led with that. And it was really tough. The mornings, they weren't as early as the news used to be, because I used to have to get up around 3:30 and I'd get in at 4:15, 4:30 to prep for news. They had me going in, I think, at 5. But at the same time, that week, it was Mardi Gras week, I had just signed on with the Visitor Center.
Okay.
And I told them, we want to do a show. We want to do full coverage of Mardi Gras, because I hadn't seen it done here.
Right.
And it could have been done, just I hadn't seen it. We ended up doing the coverage, and we had fun doing it. I had Kelsey Swear with me. A lot of people know her from the CW. She was the face of the CW.
Okay.
And recently, she was the face of CBS, and she co-hosted with me on my other show. And it was fun. It was really fun. Dakota Hart filmed it, and it was really cool. Well, when it came down to the footage portion, you realize, oh my gosh, this is a lot of work to supervise, to make sure the videographer or photographer, however you want to say it, is actually capturing everything they specified on this list.
Yeah.
On top of trying to produce your show and be on the show.
Oh, man.
So it's a lot to juggle.
I can relate. Yeah. I mean, I showed you my project.
Yes.
I mean, and that's just me out there with whatever cameras.
And you did all of that.
Yeah. And I'm going, okay, I need to also get this and get this and get this. And then you're engaged, right? Because that's what you want. That's where your talent is engaging with the person. But there's like a part of your brain that you have to keep in the stress zone to, going, okay, is this happening? Is this happening?
And some people are wired for that. Some aren't.
Yeah. It's tougher than people think it can be. It is. It's tougher, I guess, on your mind, really. It's
and just to say now, a lot of times, I've not been allowed to do that here. I've had people from a technical perspective like, Braylin, you focus on the interview. You focus on what you do. We're going to do that. So there's a lot that I've gotten, you have to work the muscle.
Yeah.
I haven't had the opportunity to do that. So long story short, we end up going in, we do the filming. Well, that's evenings, because, Mardi Gras is typically at night, evenings at night. Then I'm having to wake up super early to do the morning show.
Right.
And so I'm trying my best to do a good job. At the same time, you're throwing me in the country, and I'm not just naturally a country guy. You appreciate every form.
Because that's a country station, right? Yeah.
Kicks 96, yeah. You kind of have an appreciation for every part of the industry, from the music industry, but you don't necessarily know all the little details that a listener wants to know.
Oh, absolutely, sure, yeah.
And so they had me sitting there, and a lot of things that they would choose to talk about topic-wise, in case you didn't know how morning shows now work, people like Kid Craddock,
yeah,
you know that name.
Yeah.
He passed, of course, but he started this service where all across the country you can subscribe, and they specify it, like, or how do I say that? They tailor it for you, your station, and they'll give you topics that they think your listeners want. So a lot of the work is done. Like, you don't actually do the research anymore or have to go in and pull all this stuff anymore. It comes to you.
They're creating content.
Yes.
It's not, that makes total sense. Yeah.
So we pick what we want to talk about. And Ashley, and I want to say this, because I've heard some people say some things because they think they know. Ashley is one of the sweetest, most nurturing people in the business locally. And I just wanted to say that about her, because it's not, in her position, she could easily be a diva and be, huge head and ego. She's so sweet. She probably was the best part of my experience doing it, because she really encouraged me to get the job. She thought that I was going to get the job. So doing these early mornings, I'm sitting there and they end up telling me a week later, we finished Mardi Gras. Well, Braylin, we really appreciate you, but you weren't opinionated enough. And I said, well, what do you mean? Well, I really wanted you to, share what you thought. And so I had to stop and look this guy, because this guy's not from here, and he's from up north. And I said, you do realize that you're in the South. I am a black male. This station's never had a black male on the station before, and you want me to share my opinion. And I don't think like Southwest Louisiana does. You don't do that. So he kind of looked at me and did the whole, as I like to say, the dog face, like, like what? It's like, no, you don't get it. I have a reputation to protect. Y'all get to go on and do what y'all do, and y'all's jobs are safe. Y'all have me on for a trial period. If I start sharing my opinion in the first week, I'm gonna lose some friends. I can't share what I really think. Even these little topics that y'all look at, if I share what I really thought, I could, A, you'd fire me, but B, I'd lose, support. He said, okay, I think I understand what you mean. And I went a step further and I told him some more stuff. I was like, so I really don't think I got a fair shot.
Okay.
But I appreciate y'all, for giving me a whole week of work and not paying me, because they ended up not paying me. They ended up giving me food comps.
Okay.
To some of the worst restaurants in town, by the way.
That's interesting. Okay. I didn't know that's how it worked, but okay.
Me neither. You learn. And so I walked away, and I was depressed for 2 weeks.
Yeah. And what year is this?
This was 18.
Okay. This is not long ago.
This was last year. And so it really hurt, because I thought, A, I could have done a better job, but I couldn't have. They didn't give me the security to do so. B, I feel like I was just a fill-in for them while they were searching for someone else. And then I asked them, I said, if I get on Kicks, I really want to be on this other station y'all have, Hot 103.3, and that's the top 40 station. And I've been working my butt off to get the opportunity to be on that station. And they're like, well, we see you more on Kicks. Long story short, fast forward, the things you don't know. The morning guy that they ended up hiring, his name's Cooper. They brought him in from another state up north or Midwest. Cool guy. I don't think I've ever actually met him yet, but I've listened to him and I've watched. Cool guy. He's doing his job. I respect him and as a fellow talent. But he ended up doing the morning show, and then they have him doing the middays on the other station. So that was the reward. You get to do the morning show for Kicks, and then you get to go do Hot 103.3. So it was almost like, dang it, like that's what I wanted.
Yeah.
But you win some, you lose some, and for me, it was an experience that I don't regret. I just wish that I would have been able to approach it better. Having to do the Mardi Gras coverage and that was too much, and moving into a new place, it was all too much at once. Yeah. So I wasn't able to give it my full, and I wasn't sleeping.
It sounds like a bit of a whirlwind, was happening. It was just like too many things from too many directions. Yeah.
And new territory in each area. It wasn't, you know what I mean? Completely new territory.
Yeah, no familiar footing other than the fact that it's broadcast. I mean, outside of that, it's like, it was no waiting pool, so to speak.
And then a few people came back later, like a week later, and they said, we heard you on air. And I'm like, I wish you would have said something. Like, that would have given me that extra, oomph. I feel like I was talking to a bunch of strangers, Whereas if I would have known, I have this person listening to me, or,
Yeah.
So anyway, you can't control situations in life. You just have to do your best and hope for the best. And looking back, maybe it wasn't meant to be. You know? So
I'm actually really curious. I have a bunch of questions. I was thinking about this morning, and I was just thinking about you in general, because as you said on the interview that we did recently on
you can call it Wide Awake.
I was about to say Wide Awake. Okay, I almost said hey Bray J, because we're going to talk about that hopefully. But on Wide Awake, I was like, Braylin and I don't know each other that well. I mean, really, we've been around each other and in the vicinity of each other. And for me, my perspective of you was that I saw you as a young guy who was really trying to make and I don't mean this in a bad way, make his name in media. Like I said, hey, he's everywhere. I saw you at everything. I heard, you were volunteering all the time to be the voice for things. You were producing Hey Bray J, which I really, at the time when you were doing that, I didn't have my arms around it. Like I didn't really fully know what it was. I just had this feeling, hey, I saw you going out to the music venues a lot, restaurants and things like that. And I said, well, he's doing shows at these places. And the way I saw that, I never saw it as a negative thing. I just immediately said, hey, this guy likes this stuff and he's going out and making a show out of it. It's kind of cool. At the time, and maybe because of who I was and maybe what was going on in my life, it wasn't something, being truthful, I wasn't tuning into it, but I was aware of it. So I just put you and that together. And so then I started, as a person that followed you on social media, I saw that you were working in conjunction with KBYS at McNeese. I wasn't sure how that connected to Hey Bray J. I really never realized if they were separate or if they were together, if they were producing that. I just saw you as... your brand was your personal brand was kind of intermingled with those things. Yeah. And so then I don't see you anymore. It was like, it just, after we worked with you for some voiceover work for a couple of arts and humanities projects, I don't hear from you, and then I don't see you, and it goes quiet. And then recently, just very recently, I see Wide Awake pop up, which it caught my eye because I liked the way it looked. And I had been off social media too. So I guess I'm telling you all that to mean that I saw like a wave, it was like your wave crested up, and then all of a sudden it just got really quiet, and now it seems like it's swelling up again, but in a new direction. And so that was just my perception. And so when you reached out to me, I was already had your name on my list of reach out tos, because what I was seeing with you was, and I guess it's just something, and you can tell me if I'm 100% wrong about this, and I'm fine to be wrong. I was just sensing in a lot of your activities and your work that you had been through something, and now you were kind of birthing out on the other side as sort of a new and improved, possibly slightly dented version of yourself.
And I'm happy, I know it.
If you're like me, then you've got a long wish list of things you need to do around your house, things you just can't get to. It's not that I don't want to do them, but between my responsibilities at work, producing this show, and squeezing in some valuable mental downtime, I can't seem to get around to fixing the small stuff, and the big stuff is just waiting in line. To be honest, it kind of stresses me out. Maybe you're stressing out too. Well, stress no more, because I've got good news. My friend Ben Von Duke has started a handyman service, and he takes the mystery out of getting these things done. Ben Von Duke is not just some guy that calls himself handy. He knows what he's doing, and he knows a whole lot. Not only is he an experienced and professional carpenter, but he's kind of a duke of all trades. What I love is that he's created an a la carte price list of services, so you don't have to worry about getting in your pockets too deep before you're ready. He'll fix your running toilet, install appliances, replace fixtures, install ceiling fans, repair sheetrock and concrete, and a whole lot more than that. Look, I'm not too proud to say this, but sometimes it takes me 3 times as long to fix something because I've got to get online and search videos just to figure out what tools I need. Then I have to go buy the tools that I don't have, and then kind of sort of come home and do the job. I don't have to do that anymore because Ben Von Duke will do it and do it better. On top of all that, he's just a good person, someone you can trust. He's honest, he's kind, and those are things that I value highly, and I bet you do too. You can get a hold of Ben Von Duke, the Duke of all trades, the good old-fashioned way, by using the phone. Call or text Ben at 337-540-1355. That's 337-540-1355. He'll send you his service and price list, and trust me, his prices are more than fair. And do me a favor, when you do message Ben at 337-540-1355, tell him you heard about the Duke of all trades on Find the Good News. Am I off?
No, that was accurate.
Okay.
Good job.
Okay. So what I want to know, if you can, I would love to know like where your interest begins with media, first of all? Like, what sparks that for you? At what age was it? Was it early? That kind of stuff. Because I think sometimes it's exciting to talk about those things, because sometimes, and even sad sometimes, because, we can have a high interest in things and then get hurt by the very things that we sought. Is that kind of accurate too?
Yeah, very much so. I want to say this first, it's funny, most media personalities, and if you stop for a moment and you think, and there's a billion names out there, so it's hard to even pull. The one that we all know, Robin Williams.
Yeah.
He is a media personality. He's an actor, but he does a lot more than that, or did. And of course, we all miss him.
Yeah, I think about him all the time. I remember, just segueing at that, I was riding my lawnmower, cutting my grass, listening to the radio when they said he had committed suicide, and I pulled over, left the lawnmower running, and I cried for 30 minutes out loud because nobody could hear me. I really did. I mean, I have lots of old memories of him, work from work, and so it was like, wow, if this is Robin Williams, really. And
I started with him because what he and several others, and I say several, it's hundreds of thousands. Those people typically deal with the most emotional struggles, whether it be depression, whether it be just, they dealt with something in their life that put them in a side pocket, if you will, away from everyone else in society. But you kind of have that with you. Very rarely do you find someone who isn't scorned or has some, difficulty or challenge, and they can go out and just be the fresh face, or voice, or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
So you think of him, Anthony Bourdain. We all love and respected the work that he put out and what he did. And then you found out later, like, he was struggling, himself. Kate Spade, more recently, Kate Spade and Anthony, with her clothing line, as big as it was, she took her own life as well. So when you see that, I'm starting that as a preface. Most of the personalities that we see and we look up to, and you mentioned Paul Harvey the other day, and you mentioned Casey Kasem. I don't know their personal stories, from that perspective.
I really don't either.
But most media personalities have something in them that most of the public would not want to know. And that's just the harsh reality of it. And so when you look at that perspective, you look at a small me in a little market, and, I'm trying to make my name for myself. Know that going into it, I kind of felt, because I did some research on personalities, you kind of felt like, okay, I belong here. This is where I belong. Early on, I didn't know this. Growing up, a lot of the shows that I watched from, if you watch a lot of TV, I'm talking about In Living Color, Martin, these are all black shows that were staples in the black household growing up for me, the 90s. They all... The lead person, if you will, was a media personality, whether it was a radio host or a magazine editor or a TV personality. And so it was kind of funny for me because, I watched lots of TV, a lot of older TV. I watched I Love Lucy. I watched all that stuff. But when you see finally, and you don't think about it necessarily when you're young, unless maybe somebody plants it. A lot of people that I watched were black entertainers, and their character was in media.
Oh, okay.
And so I didn't connect the two until years and years later. But fast forward, September 11th happened.
Yeah.
I was huge into real estate development and skyscrapers. That's how this all began. That was my heart. I was all about it.
And how old are you?
Probably 13.
Okay.
Yeah, about 13.
Man, that's wild.
I was in middle school. And I loved skyscrapers. I can't even explain it. I just loved architecture. I loved when you see a city skyline. To this day, you want to see the inner kid come out of me? Let's drive into Houston. Let's drive into Dallas or, Atlanta or any of these cities.
It's like seeing the mountains for you. Yeah.
I mean, it's like seeing Oz.
Yeah.
When you see Oz for the first time, you're just like dazzled. Every time I see a skyline, I do that.
Yeah.
And I've tried to tell myself, like, don't do it, Braylin. That's such a kiddie thing to do. And I take one look. It's like the dog who gets happy when you see the begging strip.
That's cool, man. Yeah.
To this day, like, we went to Houston the other day and just opportunity, I guess is what I see. Like, so many lives are condensed in this little area. It really isn't a large area if you think about cities. They're not.
That's true, yeah.
But all of this life is happening right here.
And it goes up.
And the skyline kind of projects, So anyway.
That's awesome.
September 11th
I guess that's pretty amazing. I can feel, I wish people could see you because they could see your face light up.
Yeah.
The joy on your face.
September 11th happens. And I realized, okay, buildings aren't as safe as they could be. And so my mind kind of went there. Now, I'm not I'll say this. This may sound like a negativity, so forgive me, because we're supposed to be doing the good.
Well, we got to go in the cave, man. Let's go.
I don't think of myself as being very intelligent, per se. And over the years, I've gotten a lot of credit over the years for that. I'm an observer of life, like in many ways. So some things I pick up and some things I can apply. Some things I come across, but I don't necessarily stick it, to my life. So I kind of go off of that. That's what I do to learn. And so when I say that, architecturally, it comes with a lot of math. And so from a student perspective, I'm not very good.
That wasn't your strength, yeah.
And so I was actually offered to go into drafting a little later in high school. And I wanted to, but it just wasn't connecting for me. And I knew I'd be wasting my time had I tried to, do that. I was struggling. I used to miss recess, literally, to spend time with the teacher to go over math problems.
You were like using that time as tutoring, yeah?
Yeah. So just to give you a background. So I knew architecture wasn't the way to go. Real estate development, though, appealed to me. So after September 11th, we saw, and when I say that, not to go into too much detail, but the way that the elevators were positioned,
yeah,
there was no safety precautions in place. For buildings that massive and as many people that worked in those buildings, they could have come up with other options from a safety perspective. So in my mind, as I get older, if I get to do these huge projects, I want to make buildings safer. At the same time, I still want to, defy heights. I want us to keep building up because, it's a part of the race to the sky.
Yeah.
And Frank Lloyd Wright and all these others who contributed, that's part of the dream. Don't stop the dream, just make it safer. But after September 11th, I really opened my eyes and I said, okay, there's more to all of this than just buildings. Buildings are cool, but there's a lot going on the ground, and at some point, I don't honestly remember when it switched. And I can say this to you now in this interview because I'm being completely honest. Donald Trump was a huge inspiration, if you will, in real estate. And I read all of his books. Like, he was my guy.
Yeah.
And this is post-president or, pre-president.
Yeah.
But he had put it out there already. It was no secret. But I didn't look at him from a political standpoint. I didn't look at him from a personal standpoint.
You were just looking at it straight
from a real estate developer. He knew his stuff. How he got in the business, some people argue and say, well, he didn't build his own career. And I have a problem when people say that. In this world, when you get a leg up, man, you got to run with it. I will never bash, you will never hear me bash or say anything negative about anyone who has an in or someone who got, an automatic, start to life.
What happens every day?
Yeah.
It's very common. People just choose to look at the ones that they want to call out. But everybody's had, not everybody, but it's way more common. I know people in our area that, a guy, I'm not going to say any names, but I know them. And I go, if you really sit and talk to them, they'll tell you, I was groomed for this.
Yeah.
I was groomed for it. And there was I've even had them tell me, you couldn't have done what I do because you just don't have the resources. And I had them built into my life. I was ready for it. My parents made it possible.
Yes.
My grandparents made it possible.
And so me being a young black male, because I was a teenager, as I'm looking up to this older white male who was rich beyond belief, I knew that there was going to be a difficulty getting there. But it still was nice from a dreamer perspective.
Sure.
Because it's like, at the end of the day, he's building buildings that people are going to live in, people are going to work in, people are going to play in. And that's what I want. I want to be a part of people's lives. And I guess that's, as I'm talking to you now, that's kind of the connection between media and real estate.
Yeah. You
want to be a part of people's lives, but you don't necessarily want to be in the daily portion, but you want to have an effect on it in some way.
I get that.
And hopefully positive way.
Yeah.
And Trump has done that. Still to this day, you go to any of his buildings, like you go, I don't know if you've been.
I haven't.
Fifth Avenue in New York. Even now that he's president, people that love him or don't love him, people are standing outside his towers taking photos in front of him because it's iconic. He made his name in New York. These buildings are amazing. You can't help but appreciate them from an architectural standpoint. And they are still, despite what decisions he may make and people may agree with or not agree with, these are staples in the major, one of the biggest cities in the world. And so those moments for me, watching him do what he did and learning his story, the ups, the downs, I wish that he were more honest about his failures. when he speaks. Not now necessarily, but then, because I think it would actually encourage a lot more people to say, you know what, I failed. I had options, that I took, and they ended up not being the right ones. And I have to live with it.
Yeah.
But I'm still on top.
I agree with that 100%. I think there's a lot more, I think it's a greater strength in admitting your failures.
His casinos didn't do what he thought. And it wasn't because of him. He chose an gambling industry. You can't control how, the market's gonna work. But his buildings were amazing. Atlantic City, what he did there, beautiful structures. So I went with that for a while. And then I started looking at Atlanta. And Atlanta, for me, was a piece of my childhood. My aunt moved up there when I was young.
Okay.
And Atlanta was basically this young, fresh city that opportunity awaits.
Okay.
That type message. And after the Olympics were done there, they really did a huge revamp. And Atlanta was the new shiny, sunbursting city.
Uh-huh.
And it was interesting because if you look at a map, you have Birmingham, you have Montgomery, you have these other little cities, even St. Louis, if you look on a map. But Atlanta really is the only major city in that entire portion of the U.S. Outside of that, it's a bunch of rural, life. So Atlanta is the hub city for a huge part of our country. And so I don't know if you know this or not, but Hartsfield-Jackson Airport there is the busiest airport in the U.S.
No, I didn't know that.
It's truly international. So Atlanta is a true international
I've been
city.
there to that when I flew through. Well, I got stuck there actually for a couple of days.
Fun.
But a long time ago. I mean, back in the, mid-90s at some point when I was in the military. But
just to show a reflection, like Atlanta is a true international city, even though it's in the South. And so then I started to set my eyes on Atlanta. And I'm like, I've always liked it when I went there. And long story short with that, it kind of became a moment of, this is my objective. I want to be the Donald Trump of the South.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wow. So did you actually have that thought?
I did.
You did, and you framed it that way?
Yes, because you can't, and this is how I see New York to this day. New York is done. They're constantly building new things, but New York, if you know anything about, a city, which most people don't, it's not something you think about on a normal, but it's almost impossible to get into New York and do anything, let alone build skyscrapers. They have what they call air rights.
Wow.
So,
yeah. Okay.
A building that's 3 or 4 stories next door, you have to basically buy the rights from all the buildings around you to build taller. There's all these rules. And Trump was a genius, and I use that word, at the time in real estate. He was. And how to get it. It takes a lot of strategy to get what you want in New York. And he's one of the kings of getting what you want, as we know. And then you look at the South. You look at Atlanta. There's still lots of areas that are undeveloped at the time when I was in middle school. The World of Coca-Cola did a full revamp, and they built this huge new attraction. The Georgia Aquarium was built, and it's this huge new attraction. And so I'm like, this is where I want to be. CNN Center is located there, and they're doing a lot. All these companies are starting to grow there and be based out of Atlanta. I want Atlanta. And that was my goal, to move there.
And how old are you at that time?
I guess I was around, I'm going to say 15, 16.
Oh, wow. That's pretty, that's interesting.
Yeah, I was in a different place.
Yeah.
Mind you, and what, again, people forget to say, in middle school was the roughest time of my life, and I've heard other adults say that. I was bullied every day.
Oh, yeah, I hear you.
And I'm going to say it to you, this is letting people in, I guess. I never say this again. I don't repeat this. Every now and then a woman that I become friends with or a coworker, they'll say, Bray. And it sounds like something, cute and
like a term
harmless.
of endearment, yeah.
Well, every day there's this one guy, and he would literally walk through the, I forget what you call it. I'll call it the Commons. But where we'd hang out at S.J. Welsh.
Yeah.
And he'd say, Bray is gay.
Oh, really?
Every day. So every day.
That's hard.
It was taunting.
How old are you? 12, 11?
It was middle school, so I think I was
12
it was 13.
That's what's terrible, man. People think, well, kids go, I'll get over it. But, man, if it ain't happened to you, then you don't know what it does to a kid. I mean, I've watched that. Yeah.
Every single day. And people around him would just look at me. No one would ever come to my defense. No one would ever say, knock it off. Everybody would just look at me.
Yeah.
And I didn't know how to respond. I didn't speak up for myself back then at all. You want to know why I have such a huge voice now and I do what I do? A lot of it is because, when you have that part of you that can't talk and can't defend yourself, and you don't feel like you're worthy of that. All the insecurities I dealt with, all that stuff.
Yeah.
When you get older and you finally find your voice, you don't want to lose it again.
It's interesting. Don't lose this pinpoint, but I got to say this. I was just having this exact conversation with my son last night because, he's gay. And before he really formed, and I really even say verbalized that himself, you almost could just knew. And as he's going through junior high school, it was the same thing, man. Just torment every day. My whole job during junior high was just to keep him built up, keep him from just breaking apart. And I remember telling somebody back then, I said, if this doesn't crush him, watch out. Because when he finds his voice, they're not going to be able to put him back in the bottle. And now that's happening. And so I told him last night, he's a deep thinker. But whenever subjects like this come up, teeth come out. And I told him, I said, I feel bad in a way. I said, because now he's not able to find the balance as easily because, and I told my wife too, I said, well, shame on the people because they created this. Now the other people who try to engage with him, and then they are even just a little bit in that category, the guns come out. And I'm like, well, it was like someone was snapped a rubber band. How many years did this go on where this kid was tormented and struggled, and now he's like, hey, don't even mess with me about that. Here it comes. And you'll get in your stuff. And I'm like, so I get what you're saying. Your voice becomes robust and it's quick. Right? Yeah.
So through middle school, end up getting out of S.J. Welsh. And I was actually given, and this was huge for me. So people from Southwest Louisiana, I think they'll be able to understand. They may not see it my way, but I was supposed to go to bar. And a friend of mine said, hey, I'm going to LaGrange. You should come with me. And I really had to think about it because, starting over, it's a whole nother group of people that you didn't go to school with.
Yeah, you didn't travel together,
It wasn't until 8th grade that I finally started to blossom and, feel comfortable enough to talk to people and, be me or whatever that was, that version of me.
Right.
And I was like, man, do I really want to start over? But I knew if I were going to, this is, again, there's a billion conversations we can have.
Well, that's the story of a person, right?
Yeah.
We're all like that.
There was a lot of favoritism at S.J. Welsh. I'll never forget Justin Vincent was doing it big at LSU. And he came to S.J. Welsh one day to visit. And they did an announcement over the loudspeaker, hey, Justin Vincent is here, visiting from LSU. When we call your name, please come down to the office. And they literally picked a few of their favorites to come and meet him. And I just remember sitting there. I didn't even know who he was. I'm not a sports person.
I still don't. I have no idea who you're talking about.
Pretty big name in sports. Okay. But I thought to myself, I don't want to be that person. And that was one of those moments that shaped me there.
Interesting. Okay.
It's like when everybody else is, having to be normal and they're picking and choosing who their favorites are to go meet, do this or do that. I'd rather not be in that company.
Yeah.
Not interested.
They're coming to get us.
Pretty much. They heard me talking.
Yeah. This is the show. If you listen to it, we're going to have sirens. It's every episode, and there they are.
I love the background noise. It's like...
I like to call it out so people know that they just went by. We had our obligatory siren. So you don't want to be that, right? At all. As I understand it.
And actually, I think that's when my rebellion formed.
In that moment.
Yeah. Those moments. It happened a lot.
Like that type of thing.
Yeah. S.J. Welsh did a lot of favoritism. Something small, but just those moments that stick out in my head. Middle school was one of the most influential moments of my entire life, and I remember everything about it. As much as I try to erase it from my brain, even the people and the difficult moments, it is ingrained in my heart. I cannot let it go. I was doing the V-sit reach. Are you familiar with that? Basically, you're sitting down, legs out, and you literally have to you cross your hands, and so you have to literally stretch as far forward as you can. And And it was one of those. It was weird, but it was one of those things in PE that we had to do.
Oh, it was like an activity that you had to do.
Yeah, stretch.
Okay, gotcha.
And they did this. They have these. If you've ever been to SJ Welsh, I don't know if you have or haven't.
I have.
In the gym, there's these huge plaques or billiards, if you want to call them that. But they're huge. They sit on the wall and they kind of keep score of all these things, from sports and athletics.
Yeah, like banners, like recognizing like their championships, things like that.
And so there was a goal set for this, and I forget what we call it. It's just every year they do this challenge. And so I'm like, I'm actually pretty flexible, so I'm going to do the V-sit and reach. So I do it, and just showing you how things work. One of the favorites, he was kind of like the captain over the, he jotted down, how do you say that? This is where I lose interest. Basically, when you write down and not, okay, well, he stretched this far, this is the distance, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. And so I did it. So he comes over and he looks and he jots it down. Well, right after he did it, I did it again, and I was even further. And I was like, dude. And he looked at me and he's like, no. And he didn't want me to get that notch. And those little moments.
Yeah.
And I mean, we're young people. But it's like, I totally beat the record, but they wouldn't allow me to, count it.
And that stuck.
Yeah. Because it's like, it was his decision in that moment. You start to get to realize, he could have easily, no. I don't get the credit for what I did.
Yeah.
So those little moments that seem minor, they're ingrained in me, So then I go to high school. I end up not going to Barb. I go to LaGrange. My friend ended up not going to LaGrange. He went to Washington Marion.
Yeah, so everything's...
Well, I end up running into everybody I went to elementary school with.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So totally different. Talk about changed my world. Okay. Now, the pivotal point that I wanted to say, the reason why I'm happy I didn't go to Barb, I would have never become who I am today had I gone to Barb. Barb is a continuum of SJ Welsh, and it's very much so about favoritism. It's very much so about who your parents are and what you get. And some people can subscribe to that life. When you're things are stacked against you, like me, and it's been that way my entire life. You kind of don't want to go into that arena.
Right.
LaGrange, however, I stand out. Very different than most of the students there. And so immediately a teacher, and I will forever give her credit, her name's Tanya Miles. She was the business teacher there. From freshman year, she kind of started getting me out of my shell, slowly but surely. She's like, you should do Future Business Leaders of America. You should do this. You should do that. And that is what blossomed me into this kid who could potentially become more.
Gotcha. Okay.
You have all these dreams, but you don't have anything in place to help you reach those dreams, make them attainable.
Yeah.
So that happened. I think it was around high school that I started to pay attention to media. But it wasn't in a I want to be the host type way. It was just I'm paying attention to what's going on from an
What were you like keying in on at that time?
Still real estate development.
Yeah.
I was annoying.
What year is this? What year is high school for you?
2004 to 2008. I was in high school.
Okay.
I know, weird. I know.
No, it's just interesting because I have to reframe it because my high school is much further back. So I'm like, okay, I try to put I try to think, hey, what year, what was going on in my life at 2008? What's going on in your life? And it's just interesting to frame the world.
What's funny for me, I'm not a numbers person at all. So even dates don't apply to me.
Yeah.
So when you ask me that, my life is literally done in chapters according to like the subject.
Yeah, and that makes sense.
But I can't go there. So when you ask me, I'm like, wait a minute, what year was that?
Yeah.
So I have to really work hard to go back to that point.
Yeah, I understand that. It makes sense.
So about 2005, I started to find my own. And I kept telling myself, like, man, this is a godsend. Like, had I gone to Barb, I would have never broken out of my shell. I was the kid who was alone in middle school. I mean, literally, I'd spend my recesses in the library or anywhere that wasn't around other kids because it opened you up to potential bullying or embarrassment.
I can relate to that through my son especially. Yeah.
And I did finally, at certain points, I'd make friends. I was the welcome committee at SJ Welsh.
Oh, were you?
The new kid would come in, and there were lots, throughout the year, kids would come in. They'd befriend me for a few days, and then I'd never see them again. They'd go and find their little group that they fit into. And then one day, I remember I met this one kid, and I think his name was AJ. We hit it off. Cool guy. We were good friends for a few weeks, and then his dad and this actually, now that I'm saying it, may have played a role. His dad was in the military, I believe, or Air Force, and ended up getting, how do we say?
Next shipped off to another location.
To Atlanta.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay.
And I thought, oh my gosh, I finally made a friend, and he's leaving. And, another score. And it's like, what's the point of making friends when they just leave, Mm-hmm. So I kind of put that in my head. Then there were 4 of us. I remember it was friends. We made a little pack. And one of them ended up relocating to another school, and it disassembled our friend pack. It was just weird. Yeah.
Wow.
Life.
Yeah, that is interesting.
And to be honest, that shaped the rest of my life. My life is very much so like that today. Like, I'm typically the guy who meets all the new people, and I show them around Lake Charles, or I'll give them an idea of what Lake Charles is like, and then they'll go find their friend group. It's still like that to this day.
You really?
Yeah, it's funny.
Has that happened a lot?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. And it's just the way my life is kind of shaped. We're talking about 8 different things at once right now. Media. End up doing high school, still very into real estate, but some of the classes that we were taking in business introduced me to the stock market, and the stock market actually made us start watching CNBC, and we started watching the show called Squawk Box. I don't know if you're
I'm not familiar with it.
The guy who was over it, and forgive me, this is horrible that I don't remember his name because he's a staple in media, but he eventually, passed on. But his show, the morning show, Squawk Box, was huge. They did a full overview of the market. It was really before the opening bell. And so you kind of got all this information. And we had to watch stuff like this so that they call it the stock market game. They let us play in the stock market. I never won. But it was really cool to learn. But that was probably my first hint at media. Like being able to watch these shows and how they produce them well, and the influence they have on, the industry at large. And then I ended up graduating and realized real estate development is great. I literally had a meeting with a few big names locally. Okay. And I'll say it. I was working for the city. My first job ever, thanks to Tanya Miles and the program, the co-op program at LaGrange. I'd go to school half a day, work the rest. And they got me a job at the mayor's office in Lake Charles.
Okay.
Pretty cool job for your first. A lot of pressure, though. And I ended up, my boss was over downtown development. Her name was Lori Marinovich. She introduced me to Gray Stream. Mm-hmm. And the Stream family is, they have a very well-established name here, not only in Southwest Louisiana, but the world. Like, they've done a lot. And he took time out of his day, I think 3 hours, and sat down with me, and we had a conversation. And it's funny because at the time I didn't think anything of it, to be honest. I just thought, we're talking. But for a businessman of his magnitude, because he does a lot, he travels a lot, for him to take 3 hours out of his day just to talk to me, that's a big deal. Yeah. People today won't even give me that much time, to go talk about anything. And so we're talking, and he said, okay, Braylin, he said, I see what you want, but let's put it in order. You need money to do real estate development. So, because I wanted to conquer real estate, media, and it was another field I wanted to do at the time. And he's like, all right, that's a lot. He's like, but you need money to get to real estate. So why don't we start somewhere else so that you can, build up, the resources you need and the money. So he kind of gave me that talk. And again,
that makes sense.
Yeah, of course. But I'm a senior. So in my head, my mind is totally like, I'm going in there guns blazing.
Yeah, because you're going, I don't want to do all that. I mean, nobody, right. It's like, well, I got to do that.
But then it seems unattainable, Yeah. And I appreciate him for giving me that talk. And we talked about a lot more. We talked about real estate development and why things are the way they are and all that. So it kind of set the stage, though, for me and my involvement with Lake Charles.
And I'm happy, I know it.
Look, as much as I enjoy talking on Find the Good News about making a change, I'd be less than honest if I didn't admit that change is hard sometimes. I should get more quiet time. I should exercise more, walk more, sleep more. And the one thing that I know I should do, without a doubt, is eat better, healthier, and fresher. But there's a wide berth between knowing something and actually doing something about it. I love to cook, but just like those other should do's, I don't always make the time. This is where I have to tell you about Fresh Fuel, because it takes procrastination out of my way. Fresh Fuel is a fresh take on getting healthy, wholesome, and satisfying foods in your life as a kickstarter to critical change that lasts. When you sign up for a Fresh Fuel program at thefreshfuel.com, you'll find tiers for your specific level of can't get up and go. I know I found mine. My friend and founder of Fresh Fuel, Megan Abraham, wants to do one thing and one thing only. She wants you and your family to eat healthier, delicious, home-cooked meals. That's it. With Fresh Fuel, Megan has taken all of the I can't do it out of putting better meals in front of the people you care about. And she's quick to remind that one of those people should include you. Go to thefreshfuel.com and choose the program that's right for you. Megan provides you with the recipes, supply lists, links, videos, goals, and very important here, access to the Fresh Fuel Facebook group, where you can connect with other Fresh Fuelers, real people just like you and me, making the same journey. What I love most about meal prepping with Fresh Fuel is that you don't have to do it alone. Megan is right there with you every step of the way, making the same changes you are. Fresh Fuel isn't a diet. It's a life change for those of us that just have trouble changing. Since I signed up for Fresh Fuel, I'm cooking more, eating better, and honestly, I'm feeling better too. I believe in Fresh Fuel so much that I asked Megan to offer Find the Good News listeners a chance to try it out at a discount. Just go to thefreshfuel.com, select one of Megan's signature programs, Fresh Fuel 28, the 28 Plus, or the 28 Pro plan, and then enter the code Good News to get 10% off your program. That's 10% off a Fresh Fuel signature program by visiting thefreshfuel.com and entering the code Good News. Fresh Fuel has been good news in my life, and I'm betting that thefreshfuel.com will be good news for you too.
And to let you know why I ended up at the mayor's office, interjecting if you don't mind, and kind of the media story still. The city passed, or they were going to pass this bond issue. Politics, woo. It was going to be $90 million. That's a lot of money. And they needed the public to approve it in order to redo the lakefront downtown, in order to redo a lot of things in the city. And the whole point, the preface is, you do it, and then it'll open us up for real estate development in the future. But if we don't take care of these things now, when real estate developers come in, we won't be ready for them.
Sure.
So I realized that. And this ties directly into, if I can't go to New York and build, I'm going to look at Lake Charles as a potential place to grow and develop. And so I literally would walk. This sounds embarrassing when I think about it now. I'd literally walk to school, to LaGrange, every day, holding a sign saying, "Vote yes."
Did you?
I did.
Wow.
Because I was there.
Interesting, man. I mean, for your age.
Well, if you think about Lake Charles, it's kind of been the same way it's been for years, and for good reason. Let me say, as much as I'm a proponent for change and let's move forward, I understand why Lake Charles is the way it is, and I've had literally dozens, if not hundreds, of conversations about it. But the people here are very, they take pride in their area. I know Sulphur feels the same way. It's just one of those, we've been here for a long time. Our families worked hard to get where we are. We're not just going to go hand it off to someone from out of town and trust that they're going to do right by us.
Right. Yeah, I see. Mm-hmm.
And so I respect that. I understand that. At the same time, sometimes we should have taken a few risks, and we don't, and we miss out on major opportunities that could have brought us a lot of money, a lot of positive change, better education, you name it, and we missed out on it. And so I'm like, if this is my little part of history where I get a $90 million bond approved for a few changes to happen that could set the stage for major changes, I'm in. So literally every day I'd walk to school and do it. Well, I ended up asking the principal if I could give a talk to the staff and everyone else, not the students, but the staff and faculty. And he said, okay. He's like, but I said, I already beat you to it. I'm not telling them how to vote. I'm just informing them on what is going on. And they said, okay. So they literally let me in one of the staff meetings, and I was so nervous.
I bet. I mean, now you're in high school. You're not. Yeah, you're with older people that you've considered.
Well, a little different for me. Come junior year, I actually ended up becoming president or vice president of Future Business Leaders. So my teacher did a number of me. Like, she literally changed me. So I went from being this little hidden guy in my shell to you want to call it the butterfly, sure.
Yeah, but she got you involved.
Yes.
You're active and connected at that point.
So a lot of teachers knew who I was, and they supported me, and they liked that I was active. So I did the talk to them, and I didn't know this, but Laura Heller, who worked at the American Press at the time, She was in the audience.
Okay.
Someone called her and said, hey, this guy is doing this. You know, we think I guess they thought it was cute. But this guy is doing this. He's speaking to us, and we want you to come and see him. So she approaches me after, and she's like, you did such a great job. Would you mind taking what your speech and putting into like a article form? And I thought, okay, like no big, whatever. Laura Heller to this day is technically why I'm in media.
Really?
She ended up having me do the Teen Expressions page for the American Press.
Okay.
And I did that once a month. And when I went to McNeese, I used that to get on the McNeese Contraband, their newspaper.
Right.
And to show you how in my shell I am, and even now, like I have moments of it, they sent me out, the McNeese paper told me, and I'm giving you a background into media, how it all happened. They had me approach this group at Career Day. And they said, interview them, ask them what they thought about the day. So I literally walk up to this group of 5 guys, and I'm like, which is kind of funny, 5 guys. But I walk up to 5 guys, and they're like, what are you wanting? And I'm like, I need to interview you guys for the student paper. And they literally look at me, and they're like, talk to him. And they all point at this one guy, and they all just go off in different directions. And me and this guy are looking at each other, and I'm like, I'm sorry, you don't have to do this if you don't want to. He's like, okay. And he walks off. And I was so nervous. And I thought, I can't do this. And
that wasn't for you. That just, you felt it. The dynamic of that wasn't right.
And my editor said, no, Braylin, like you have to get something for this paper. So you go and, find somebody. Finally, I found one person and I kind of interviewed them. And I've always done better with adults. I don't know why, but I've never done good with my peers.
Okay.
So like I actually went to a few of the people at the tables and interviewed them first, and then it made me feel more comfortable to go talk to the students.
Yeah.
And so I got a few interviews, and I ended up writing for the paper. I actually ended up being like their star writer because they ended up putting like 2 or 3 of my stories in each paper, which was weird. And I got to do food reviews. That was one of the trade-offs. I got to do food reviews. So I went to all the new restaurants when they were opening in town.
Oh, wow. Even in that early stage before you had done your own thing. Okay.
And so that's how that started. And so I never graduated from McNeese. I like to say that for the record because I was misquoted once. And so for me, it was just an experience to get my feet wet. Kind of like an interval before you have to really take on the real world. You kind of get this little exercise, if you will.
Sure.
The mayor's office eventually, the co-op ended from high school, and I'm backtracking a little bit, and I had to go work at a restaurant. Not fun. Just because it was a totally different world. I went from being in an office floor on the 10th floor, to, working, like true work. A totally different world. And in doing that, I told myself, I want more. Like, I want to be able to pursue my dreams. I don't want to get stuck doing service industry work because it's not where I'm at. I'm not, some people, they can, and I hear a lot of people say, you got to do what you got to do. And a friend messaged me that the other day. I don't think that I'm above anyone or better than, but I'm not wired that way. I'm not able to just do things that you got to do. Literally, I can't do it. I don't know what to say. I'm 29 years old, and it's just like I go to do these things, and I don't do them well. I really try, and I like to put 100% in everything I do, but I'll go to do something, and it's just not, I don't know. In comparison to other people who just put in the work, for me, it's hard to do them.
What do you think that is? Why do you think that is?
I don't know.
I mean, the reason I only ask, because, I know I meet people who say the same thing. And, on one hand, and I'm just going to ask you this because, I think maybe everybody's had a secret thought like this at one point or another. Well, the reason I can't do this is because I really have a passion for something, and that's me. And, I've probably had thoughts like that, and I've met other people who've said similar things. But some people can and some people can't. So what do you think that is? Where do you think that comes from?
I'm definitely passionate in a different area. But I don't know. I really, because I've tried to apply myself. Like, so I worked at LeBaire's. That was my first restaurant job.
Okay.
I worked at LeBaire's and I did their buffet.
Yeah.
And I wasn't even one of the servers. I was the host.
Yeah.
And so, and it's going to segue in, but doing that, you have to work the register. I was intimidated with the money. You have the eye in the sky watching you constantly, and you make a mistake and you could lose your job over it. It's one of those things. So that added an intimidation to it. But then you're dealing with the public, and a lot of people coming in, you don't know what's going on in their day. And I'm one of those people who care. I care too much.
Yeah, I understand
so
that.
I feel bad for them when they come in, but
if you don't give them the proper service or respond, or if most people don't want you to even acknowledge that they just lost money. So if you give into that too much, that could be a negative against you, a mark. So all those things, I think, kind of intimidated me and made me not certain at different moments. But what I would do when my managers weren't around, if people would walk in to the buffet, I would do an announcement in I call it my announcer voice. And I would say, welcome to L'Auberge Lake Charles. And they would literally, it echoes. I don't know if you've been to the buffet at L'Auberge.
I have, yeah.
But they would all just kind of look around like, who said that?
That's interesting.
And so they'd come up to me and they'd be like, did you just say that? And I said, yeah. And I got a few guests who'd say, well, man, you should be in radio.
Yeah.
And I just thought, okay.
And you hadn't done radio at this point.
No. And I thought, whatever.
They were basically letting you know, hey, your voice sounded really professional. It sounded good.
And then I think I joked around with a few friends about it. I'm like, people say this at work or whatever, and they'd laugh. And then one friend was at McNeese, and her name's Laura. And she said, Braylin, I saw this thing up in the media hallway or whatever. And she said, Kicks 96 is looking for a news guy. And that's how that happened. I ended up applying.
Okay.
I had no expectation whatsoever. I applied for the job. I actually went into the interview and didn't even say much. And Rhonda Kitchens, I don't know if you know that name.
Yeah, I do.
Staple in our community from media standpoint. And she says, do you not talk much? And I was like, I do. I'm just, I wasn't nervous. I just, I don't know. And she's like, okay, well, she ended up hiring me.
Really?
And then her boss checked me out and he ended up hiring me. And then I wish I remember his name, but he was the head guy, and he just so happened to be in town that week, and they were able to schedule a meeting with him, and he says, I think they just want my blessing, and he talked to me, and he's like, so I'm gonna give it to you.
Okay.
And he retired the next week.
Wow. And so that was it. That was how you got in.
And that's how I got in. And they put me on air like 3 days after training me, which was rare. To this day, and this sounds bad, I think I'm kind of on a track record with this. I'm the only radio person that I know that didn't have to submit an air check beforehand. So basically, an air check is almost like your resume on tape.
Oh,
so it's for them to hear how you sound, your delivery.
Yeah, okay.
To this day, I've yet to record an air check.
Interesting.
Even for TV, I've never done a...
Why do you think that is? Slipping through the cracks some reason?
No, I think it's one of those, when they meet me, they get the vibe they need.
Yeah.
Whereas air check, then you're uncertain. You have to get that to kind of solidify whether or not you're, how you sound on air. But I think when they meet me, they kind of get that feel enough, and they know. And I hate to say this, again, the ego. Sometimes you ever meet some people and you feel like something special about them, and you're just
yeah, sure.
For me, I think in media particularly, I have a different feel. And so it kind of goes back to the beginning of our conversation. I feel like I was meant to do something bigger, and I don't want to take the two and try to make them seem opposite. Service work to me is very important. Everybody has to, somebody has to do the garbage, someone has to do a job. I don't think in any way that it's beneath me to do it, but I've always felt like I was meant for something greater. And so when you don't get those opportunities for whatever reason, it hurts, but you still feel inside like when you do these other jobs, you're supposed to be doing something greater. And you just know when you're doing it, if it's along those lines or not. It's not necessarily what you enjoy. You just know you're supposed to be doing something greater. And so when I've gotten opportunities to do things that were greater, even at Kicks, it's not a big job. I think I was making minimum wage. But knowing that you're impacting people's day and you're a part of their day, that felt like greater. It felt like something important.
I can relate to that more so through this podcast than I can through our branding agency. The to get inside people's ears and to have and share your mind with their mind, your heart with their heart. You don't know who it is. That there's something special about that. I mean, there's no doubt about it. You're definitely affecting people in a different way.
And I guess that's what it is.
Yeah, and there's an attraction to that. I mean, if you have, and you've said that several times, that you feel things, you feel for people, you care for people. I mean, I've been listening to this story, and I mean, yeah, you're telling me about yourself, but you've said that many times. You care about the community, you care about the city. When you have those feelings, and you can't just go directly affect one thing and move the needle. With broadcasting, you can. I mean, you can affect people You can feel with people. I don't know. I get that. I do definitely get that.
After LaBerge, and just to show I'm human, because I have no problem now, especially. I have no problem admitting my mistakes. And a lot of people would say, stop. I've had people over the years say, Braylin, don't share those things. Don't say this, don't say that. And I stopped myself and I'm like, but the reason why things are the way they are is because we don't share those things.
I agree.
And it disappoints me. And so I want to be an advocate for change in that way. So I'm going to own up and say my failures. At LaBerge, I eventually pointed out, if you work in the casino system, you know about points. You get so many points if you're late to work, if you aren't dressed correctly, if you, whatever.
It's like demerits.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, eventually I pointed out and they have to let you go. And it was the first time, I want to say this because it was a big deal for me in the moment, or later I realized. They actually went to let me go and they said I pointed out. And when I got to HR, the woman looks at me and she says, you received your warning, so we have to, let you go. And I was like, I never got a warning. And her and the manager look at each other and they're like, okay, well, we're going to give you one more chance, but you only get one more chance. And I didn't know at the time, but that was, they could have been liable for a lawsuit.
Oh, okay. Because of the I guess I don't understand.
When you get to, I don't know if it was 10 points or what, but when you get to that
they'll alert you, right? Is that what it is?
Yes. And they did it. And so I got my job back. So I was fired and rehired in moments. And so I went back, and I think a few weeks, and I told everybody around me, I was like, there's no way. And the situation was a vehicle situation. The time that it took to get our siblings to school, because I was reliant on
gotcha.
that.
Okay.
There was no way. It was the same time. And I'd ask, can y'all, schedule me for the later shift?
Yeah, you just wasn't going to work out.
It was inevitable.
Never.
So finally I was late again, did the walk. You kind of tell everybody bye and you leave. And, even there, just to show you, how I view things, which sounds, I guess, to other people maybe odd. My entire time that I was there, while I was doing the whole announcing thing and making guests feel a little better, that was my hope. They would kind of cheer up their day. The servers and the other, host, and even the kitchen staff, when I come in contact with them, I felt my job was actually to make their day better.
You say, I've got to tell you, I'm not going to put my friend on blast, but you remind me, the stories you're telling, it could be somebody I grew up with. Even to this day, I think some of the same sentiments. I remember being in our 20s, and he would say he worked for a local corporation in media, actually. And he would do things and say things, and he would say those same things. He said, I don't know why, but I feel like my job is to just make sure everybody's having a good experience, even though it's not his job at all. But for some reason, he took that upon himself to do that. And then whenever the job part ended up, would end up biting back for whatever reason, none of those things, all that stuff that he was taking on himself, all the good that he felt like was his moral job, I guess is what I'd say, his heart job, it didn't matter. That would all it wasn't recognized. And I think those experiences stung him differently than if he weren't doing those things. He would just be like, I pointed out, let's say, or they let me go. And he'd move on, but he couldn't. He would carry the gravity of the heart stuff that he had done and go, it would stick. It would stay in him. Does that?
In a sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I realized when I left there, and I think it was time. I don't know how long I worked there. Maybe it was a year and a half. But when I did leave, and I would go back just to eat or visit, everybody would be like, oh, Braylin, we miss you so much. Yeah. Because there was no one, I think, there that would kind of be a shoulder for them. And, when you're dealing with something like that, and that's one thing, they don't show you in a restaurant, you're dealing with so many personalities at once, and your job is to appease them. A, to get your tip, but B, to make sure they had a pleasant experience so you can keep your job. So after LaBerge, I went probably 2 or 3 months without a job, and my parents eventually were like, all right, Braylin, you need a job. And a Coyote Blues opened up, and it was right around the corner from where we lived, so it was convenient, so I could walk there. So I was never late. But in doing so, they hired me on for 2 weeks as the corporate office came in, and they were training us, and they had me as a server. And I wanted to be a server because supposedly you make all this money as a server, but I was not built to be a server. having to juggle in your mind the kitchen and their personalities, but also the timing to get your food, making sure your table is happy, making sure you entered everything in on the computer. It's a lot to juggle.
Yeah, I've been a server many times.
And so some servers, and maybe you
I'm hearing what you're saying, and I guess it's interesting how people are different. I mean, I was stressed out when I was younger taking it, but those jobs, but it's exactly as you just described. But I think on those times with fondness, believe it or not, because I met so many people. You know, at the
that's
table.
cool.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
I
actually would like the relationships with the tables.
And I did, but I spent too much time with the table.
Okay, yeah.
I would get lost in conversation.
Yeah, okay. And then you're not, the stuff's not moving, that get you, yeah.
And so in doing that, they ended up, I think I jumped the gun. I think, this was before kicks happened.
Okay.
Around the same time we were having the conversations. But anyway, I'm at the County Blues, and the corporate office pulled me aside, and the lady, I'll never forget. She's like, Braylin, we really like you, and we want you to stay on because you're a great team member, but we don't think serving is for you right now. They're like, so we're going to put you on to go, and we want to keep you on.
I don't know what that is.
To go, so basically, whenever people call in to order their food.
Okay, gotcha.
But they have an entire, this was before any of the other companies had a to-go station.
They had their own internal.
You took care of it, yeah. And so it was interesting because you still interact with people on the phones. You still do, they're coming to get us again.
Yeah, the sirens, here they come.
You interact with the customers in that way. You have to make sure their meals are right, so when they get home, they're not angry. So you're responsible for quite a bit. But it's less on your plate than having to juggle the table and the kitchen and the customer and the, making sure you submit it in the computer, all that at once. And some people are built for that. Some people can manage that mentally. I'm not one of those people. I kind of have to hone in on something and focus on it to do it well. Otherwise, it could anything could just collapse. You know? And so to go actually was a good fit. I wasn't making the money I wanted, but, good opportunity. Well, this is when the intimidation. My manager came in during one shift. It was daytime, and he ended up taking money out for whatever reason. They do stuff. They needed to make change or whatever. And he made a mental note, but he didn't tell me like what he was doing. Later that night, we count my drawer, and I'm $100 short. Mm-hmm. And he couldn't remember, and so he thought to himself, like, Braylin, this isn't good. You're going to have to make up for this. And I wasn't making much money, and I'm like, I almost started crying because it was insinuated that maybe I had pocketed the money.
I got you.
And in my entire life, when I've been put in those moments, I call them, it's a question of your integrity. I become distraught because I'm not someone who's ever stolen. I'm not someone who's ever done that. And I purposefully made sure I didn't, so that when those moments come up, it's no question. Like, right. I care a lot. That matters. Loyalty and integrity matter a lot to me. And so I almost started crying because I'm thinking to myself, A, I can't pay this back. That's a huge cut out of my check. But B, I would never. So he's looking at me. He's like, Braylin, we got to figure it out. What happened? Finally, probably like 30 minutes later, he says, oh, I forgot. I pulled $100 out earlier in the day.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the pressure.
Oh, my gosh, dude. I know this because, I've been a server and I know shift changes and, working at other places too, shift changes and getting your drawer counted up right. Mm-hmm. And, I remember working as a server. Mm-hmm. And I also remember, this is interesting because it's relevant. I remember working at a local restaurant that I worked at for quite a while. Made a lot of good friendships there. I really enjoyed it. One of those local haunts that everybody talks about is still here to this day. But I worked with a certain shift manager, and it was my dad owned a video store, and we didn't have any there were no cash registers. He taught us to count everything.
Yeah.
He had a method, and it was so meticulous. Every bill he taught us to count money based on the faces, not the numbers, all kinds of little things. And we did it in a certain order. So I got really good at counting a drawer based on my dad for years, all through high school. So when I went and did that, I would use those same methods. So if I was short, I was surprised. And not that I was like some genius money counter, but I was just like, hey, I'm surprised. Yeah. Something's wrong here.
Yeah.
Well, the way my mind works, and that's probably comes from working with my father, you start to make correlations, and I would always start to go, after a while I went, it's every time I work with this person. This is every single time. It's short. And then it was always that person that would go to us, the staff, and go, well, you guys, we're gonna have to make it up out of your aprons.
Wow.
And so I remember going, okay, it's only after a while, it was like, I could guarantee you, tonight we're gonna be short, and tonight we're all gonna be told to, well, take it out of your tips. I got to where I didn't want to work with that person because it was almost every time.
So you never said anything?
Who am I to say it to? It was nobody really for us to go to, really. And I think it was just one of those grumbling things, because it was I guess people who are still like that, who actually do steal, they probably have done it so long that they know how to get, like, how much is enough to where I can get away with this where nobody's going to question it. It's like, $30, $20, but it would be certain numbers, where you'd go, it's never more, for some reason, it's never more than this.
Yeah.
Or never less than this.
See
either.
that? Ooh, inside.
It's like in a zone where you're going. It's always in this sort of safe little zone where you got 3 other waiters, and like, well, that's like what? That's $20 a piece, or that's $15 a piece, and it's like you just roll over because the next night you're not going to have to do it. It's like everybody rolls over for so long. Now, granted, sooner or later somebody's going to say something.
So it's funny you say that. And I get this from my mom and my dad, and it's amazing as I've gotten older, you start to recognize things, or in conversations with them we'll realize. My mom always said in elementary school they called her Martin Luther King Jr. Junior. And so something about that in me gets stirred. So if I witness an injustice or something that I can't,
Braylin,
I can't help.
You are just like my son, and your story, it's the same thing. There's something in you that's been planted in you because you've been treated unjustly and probably didn't have a voice to say anything. And then you found your voice, and now all injustice.
Yeah. And I have to pick and choose my battles.
But it's hard.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Because I see the same thing. I can relate to that. I have to temper it. I have to really regulate that.
And I do too. Yeah.
If I don't, I would be spewing all the time.
I have at different points. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it ended up doing we got over that hurdle with the cash register.
But it bothered you, huh?
Well, just because I knew that I didn't take it.
Yeah.
And the fact that it was going to have to be, what they say, the good have to suffer the bad. I never believed that. Why? Let's identify who the bad is and call them out. I always felt that way. And so I knew I didn't do it. So when he finally owned up to it, it actually put a bad taste in my mouth about him. And it was already kind of there, but it made it the manager. It made it more so like, we're not allies, for you to ever put me in that. And that's how I feel sometimes then, not so much now. But it was like, anybody who would put me in that situation, knowing my heart and knowing how sensitive I am to stuff like that, because I would never steal, like you just put me in a very bad place.
Well, it's dangerous when you've gone through that kind of thing. It's dangerous because then you're never going to feel safe. You're always going to go, well, at like any point.
I didn't. Yeah.
Like that they could do that again. Like come even walk by the drawer and take $50 out for something and not put a note. And then at the end of the night,
I'm to blame.
You're to blame. You're going to always have that in the back of your head. Like, oh.
Yeah. And I did.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
One night I accidentally rang up, and these are things that stick with you. I rang up a dinner, and I explained exactly what she was getting, the woman on the phone. She gets there, she picks up her order, she pays, she goes home, she calls back and complains and says, I gave her the most expensive thing on the menu, and she didn't order that, and so she wanted us to remake it. And so I went to my manager, and I told him, same guy, and I said, this is what she ordered. I wouldn't mistake the two. I know the price difference. Why would I do that? And he says, well, that's going to have to come out of your check. Because it was probably a good $15, $20 difference. And so for the first time in my life, and I guess that's when I kind of switched, I told myself, if that's the case, then I'm eating this dinner. I paid for this dinner. And I did. I took it, and it was the most expensive thing on the menu. I think it's called the Churrascaria. They're closed now. All the County Blues are closed. But it was the Churrascaria. It was this huge mountain of food, like almost like a skewer. But like it was impressive. And I said, okay, well, if I'm paying for it, I literally took the meal home and I ate it. Enjoyed every bite because I paid for it.
You paid for it.
But I knew I didn't make the mistake. I didn't mess up. Yeah. And I'm the kind of person, when I make a mistake, I own up to it. I've always been that way. I was taught that, growing up.
we do live in a strange world now. I mean, I experienced it. I mean, maybe it isn't so strange. Maybe it's always been that way, because when I watch, old movies and things like that, you see people who act the same way, just in a different time period. But there is a strange, and it goes back to that old, the customer's always right thing. And I think my dad, and again, another thing I might have picked up from him, is that that's not true. And he always took the approach that I'm going to do everything I can to provide a good product and make it great for you.
Yeah.
If we actually make a mistake, then we're going to own up to that too and be accommodating. But to just play I'm the customer, therefore I'm right, he never adhered to that. And so I've experienced that in our business too. One little thing that makes me think of is we've had this happen with a website before. We'll build a site, and people are notorious for not keeping their websites up to date. Yeah. You can beg them to, and they won't do it. And so a lot of times we would get people who had maybe had an older website, 10 years out of date even. You could see it looked out of date. So then they would say, hey, I'm just unhappy with who I'm with and XYZ, and you get to hear their horror story for whatever. We pick up the site, we do a new site. Well, then a year goes by, and then now the same cycle that they were complaining about with the other group is happening with us. And I'm going, well, so this is maybe potentially not that the other company was bad. They just, the customer themselves just don't have it in them. Yeah. And so I could almost count the days once we've taken over, because it's like honeymoon, it's like, oh, I love my new website. Oh, it's great. Well, 2, 3, 4 years go by. You don't hear from this person. They're just on auto renew. You send an email, you offer tech support the whole time, but they don't really do anything. And then one day I get a call and out of nowhere, they're upset. And I was like, wow. Cause I go look at their website and I say, well, I'm looking at the site and everything's working. It's functioning. It's what we sold you. It's what you've had. It's what we've offered tech support on. What's the problem? Well, my competitor has this site, this website, this new business opened up, and this is their website. And I go, okay, well, how come my site isn't like that one? And I was like, well, that's a new website. We can build you a new website. And then literally people, and I don't know, we've had several people that have this sort of perspective. It's like, but why should I have to pay for that? Shouldn't y'all just keep it look always and forever updating it? And I said, well, that's not how this works. You'd have to pay for that. But I bought the site. And I was like, I don't understand this. In my mind, I was trying to compare it to other things in my life. I said, I just don't understand what's changed, where you're in a situation where you buy something once, but there's an expectation that you're supposed to keep it evergreen. And so I looked around at all the other things that I engage with, and I was like, there's nothing else like this. I mean, if I buy a vehicle that had certain features, in 5 years, there's going to be new vehicles that have new features. If I want those features, I either need to retrofit what I have or buy a new car. Yeah. And so the logic made that's the way my mind worked. But I have seen that in society, in the world, we are seeing more people that think things just that you should keep that evergreen forever until they're sick of you,
because they don't have to pay for it.
Because it's, why should I pay for that? It's just a strange expectation difference. So it's harder to just roll over with that kind of stuff.
And I'm happy. I know
you're driving down the road. Everything is going just fine. You're listening to the new episode of Find the Good News in your car, and you're all stoked about trying out this zipper merge thing you've been hearing about, when all of a sudden you hear that sickening tap on your windshield that's just a little too loud. I've got some bad news for you. You've just got yourself a rock chip. Unfortunately, I've got some worse news. If you don't take care of that rock chip, it's going to turn into a crack. But I do have some good news too. You don't have to have a rock chip or a crack, because I've got a way for you to take care of it ASAP. If you go to asapglassco.com right now, you can stop that chip from winding across your windshield like the Calcasieu River. I used to be terrible about getting a rock chip, saying I'll take care of that later, and then later turns into this irritating crack that just spreads from one side of my windshield to the other. I should have taken care of it ASAP by scheduling a repair with ASAP Glass. ASAP Glass is local, right here in Sulphur, Louisiana, and they're mobile. Even better, you can get a quote right from your mobile phone at asapglassco.com. ASAP Glass is owned and operated by two of my best friends, lifelong friends, Dan and Kayla Smith. Dan the Glass Man will make sure his team of glass technicians gets to your job ASAP and make sure it's done right so you can keep that windshield crack out of sight. If you do get that rock chip and you don't take care of it ASAP, that's okay. ASAP Glass does complete windshield replacements. Remember, ASAP Glass is mobile, so you don't have to worry about finding time to drop your vehicle off at their shop. You get your quote at asapglassco.com. Make your appointment with Kayla, and then before long, an ASAP Glass van is on its way to your location. That's it. I know you're probably looking at a rock chip right now. Don't wait. Take care of it ASAP. Go to asapglassco.com on your mobile device and get a quote. That's asapglassco.com. And make sure to tell Dan and Kayla you heard about ASAP Glass on Find the Good News.
You and I were talking off air the other day, and particularly with media, there's this huge misconception about how things work and the amount of time and energy that goes into it, and the value associated and the worth.
We were talking about that.
And for me, being a personality, if you want to call me that, I really don't care what people call me. But when you're the person who's trying to like connect everything and be the the face guy, and all these things are a part of it, people assume a lot. And so when you try nicely to tell them, even when it's not directly about you, hey, this is how that works, or that's not actually true, this is blah blah blah, and people are looking at you and they're like, but why do y'all get that? Why is it that way? And I'm thinking to myself, because this is our industry and this is how it works. You want to come do my job, and you'll see for yourself what it feels like for somebody to come to you and say what you just said to me, Oran.
Sure.
It's like, you come do our job and then you'll see what it's like.
Yeah.
But that's the only way that they're capable of doing that, because when you try to tell them, well, this is why we do things the way we do it, they will never be able to fathom that part.
I think some of that gets into... Yeah, and I mean, God, dude, just getting straight into it. We live in a predominantly Christian area in the Bible Belt I-10 corridor. So I'll use something from Christianity to just frame this. We're supposed to love the other as ourselves, right? I think that's severely lacking. Basic core tenet, can't even do it. That's the way I feel about it, because I say this all the time to my wife, and I use our air conditioner company that we use. We've been with them for years. Since we've been in our home. I don't know, 12, 13, 14 years. They have come out in the middle of the night when it's... we have a new air conditioner now, thankfully, honestly, after years. But for many years, an old air conditioner, they kept that thing on life support. Crawling around in our attic at night, coming out in the winter to fix electronics on the furnace, whatever they had to do. And they did it. And it was not glamour work. It wasn't glorious work. But we always, when they would call, especially in the summer when we would have problems, I knew it's summertime. We're not the only people who are having air conditioner problems. It is summertime. So I knew when I would call them, there was always this, and I'm not making something so simple into a higher idea, but there was always an awareness that they are the other right now. And if I treat them like the other, then they're going to treat me like the other. And so I would always call them and go, hey, our air conditioner is doing X, Y, Z. And they would be like, and you could hear in the tone, and I'm not belittling them, I love this company, but you could hear in the tone of the person that would receive the phone call go, well, it's going to be, the soonest I can get you is Thursday, and if you got to come out tonight, it's going to be an overtime. And I'm not slighting them. I know where that tone comes from.
Right.
She's not telling me that. She's responding that way because everybody who has called her that day has had an attitude. Or some demand, like it's their fault that their air conditioner's out. And so I would always take the approach of, hey, I would always try immediately go, look, I get it. just put me on your list. I just want to know that I'm on your list. Mm-hmm. That's all. And I honestly treat most everybody that way. That's a real truth. And I tell my wife that I said, I think about our air conditioner company every time I'm engaging with someone who is placing demands. Mm-hmm. And, and not treating me like the other, because I'm going to treat them like the other. Mm-hmm. I think that's what's just lacking, dude. Yeah. I really do. And I try to look at that from every job. I mean, like right now, we've been through hailstorms, right? Well, our roof needs replacing, and we're going to have roofers out there. We've had several different people come by. The person who got the job was this one guy, and it was the way he engaged with us. I'm sure all three of those companies would have been fine, but the guy treated us not like royalty. I mean, that isn't what we expect at all, but he talked to us like a person.
Yeah.
It was just very comforting. And I told my wife, I said, I don't know. What do you think? And she said, I agree. I think we should hire this company. It was just the way that they engaged. And so there is something different, man. I mean, there's something different when people can just take a minute and look at the server who's serving you your food, who's looking at the person working at the grocery store, who's your air conditioner repairman, your doctor, and just treat them well. Be kind. Say, hey, you're the other, and I'm the other too. Let's create a little loop here, a little energy loop that we can share. Oh my God, how much better do things go when you engage like that?
Yeah, no doubt.
100% better.
Yeah.
You agree. Can tell though. I know I can see it just in you and talking to you. You can probably tell when that's not happening, and is immediately like the loop goes around and then sparks.
I'm ashamed of this. I've had a few moments, 3 come to mind, where I've been in a restaurant and I was probably having a bad day, and I went to that restaurant for comfort, or I went to that place because I wanted, certain food, and the server just was not on where I needed them to be. And I was horrible. I was horrible to them. And every time when it's over, I go to the manager, because usually the manager ends up getting involved, and I apologize. And I ask them to apologize for me because I was not in the right character. And even if the server did something wrong that should have been addressed, I should not have responded the way that I responded. So I own my stuff. I apologize when I make mistakes or when I mistreat someone. And trust me, I've apologized a lot in my life. But I've always made it a point, when I do apologize, know that I mean it. I don't apologize just to apologize.
Yeah, I understand that. I will say probably one place and one time that I've didn't mistreat a server, but that I've actually made a mental note where maybe more than once, but particularly because a server just doesn't treat you. I don't go out to eat to get treated well, first of all. Let me just say that. And I don't go out to go, I want to go out and have someone say, can I get you something, sir? Do you need anything, sir? I actually kind of just want to get my stuff and just have a pleasant experience. But take that into note, that when I do go out to eat, I'm not looking for that. But when I do go out to eat and someone actually treats you poorly with intention, that's actually only happened a few times, but it happened one place, and I really said, I just can't eat here. And it left such a bad taste in my mouth, because then I told someone, I said, I had a real bad experience with this server. Well, then the person said, I know, I've had the same person. I don't go because of that, because I don't want to be in their section. I said, man, that's kind of a bad thing when you have a fear of engagement with an employee at a place. Do you know what I mean? Like, what does that do to the brand? Because does management really know?
But see, that's the difference. That's why I'm the weirdo, the outcast, because I have to go. I don't want them to lose their job per se, but to me, if the management never knows that, and I don't know if you'd agree, I found the problem in the area, because I had to stop going out for probably a year. I was having so many bad experiences at restaurants, and I even had to step back and I'm like, is it me? People in the city, it's like the management aren't training them to be everything they should be. And because they know they get away with it from management, they do it even more. So I would go to management, I'd have a side chat with them, and I'd say, look, this is what's going on. We have so many visitors who are visiting our city, and I just want you to know, if this was a reflection of their first visit, they wouldn't come back here. And I mean the city.
That's true. That's true.
So the managers always look at me and they're like, well, what can we give you to make you happy? And they'd want to offer me gift cards and all this, and I don't want it.
That's not what you're asking.
And I literally wouldn't accept it. I'd say, no, I want you to talk to your staff, and I want y'all to fix the problem.
Yeah.
And so a few of them would listen, and I'd go back later, and it was a better experience. Sometimes you'd look at it, and you realize this person I'm talking to is the problem. Because it was obvious that they're friends or buddies instead of managers.
Sure.
In all my situations, I think I was justified in how I was. I shouldn't have been as adamant about it. But the management ended up coming and saying, no, the server's been getting lots of complaints, or this happened, so we understand.
Yeah.
But no, I've experienced it all.
Yeah, I guess I've had bad experiences at different things. Most of the time, I don't say anything. I mean, I would say almost 90% of the time, unless it's just outright intentional. I mean, if there's like a poor experience somewhere to where something critical wasn't done and there's some damage, that's different, which is rare for me. I haven't had that happen a lot. But if it's something where you can tell it was just maybe procedural problems that day, or I mean, gosh, I know even with us, some days you get in here and there may be 20 new things that weren't on your agenda, so your day is kind of all out of miss. That's different. You can almost tell that when you go certain places.
We're human.
Yeah. But when you see something that's done with intent, someone that's actually just intentionally hurting people or just doing things to just make the experience bad in general, that's different, I think.
And this is, again, I have to keep addressing it. I'm assuming this is what people think. I could be totally off. This is the ego flaring, I guess. For me, I always thought a lot of people do know who I am when I go out, or I did. And things have shifted now. I purposefully make sure I'm less seen when I do things. It's weird. But I used to go out and they're like, hey, Braylin, or hey, and they know me and blah, blah, blah. And so I think to myself, if I'm being treated this way, what is the everyday person being treated like? And that's what would cross my mind.
Yeah.
And so like most people would go out of their way to make sure I had a good experience, and I didn't expect the world, but I did expect, you're going to be attentive. You're going to make sure that everything's out on time. You're going to actually take the order and put it in, because a lot of times that happens. They'll get distracted.
Yeah.
Hey, I did it. I know.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like certain things that should be when they're not, we need to talk about it. Because if we don't, and the next person gets that bad experience, you never know who that next person is.
Yeah.
And so that's how I look at things. I look at things as if you don't make sure, because I at the time especially, and this is a few years back, there was one point where I caught myself, and I only posted one bad thing about one place in Lake Charles. But at the time, I really felt this is before the Southwest Louisiana food reviews and all that stuff. If I would have posted negative things about restaurants, I could have potentially killed their business. Like, I was very
at the
cautious.
time, because of what you were doing. Yeah.
I was very cautious about what I would say negatively.
Yeah.
But it's like, if I weren't that person and I posted this because of that bad experience, what impact would it have on your business?
Yeah.
So instead, I would never do that. But I would go to them and I'd say, hey, this is what happened. I'd like us to work on that. Or can we please, can y'all address it? Because if I don't say it and it happens to a regular customer, we all know word of mouth is still the most.
Well, it's like we talked about on your show. You can really affect someone's business. And I remember years ago, this is way before social media, back in Sulphur, there was a restaurant called Tejas.
Okay.
And it was like a Tex-Mex thing, is over there where Joe's is in Sulphur now. And it had just opened up, and me and my girlfriend and some friends went there one night, and it was a terrible experience. It was so bad. I remember it well because I didn't eat there for like a year. And then I went to dinner with somebody a couple of, later on, after that time had passed. That's where they wanted to go, and I went, and I had a great experience. And I realized it became one of my favorite restaurants, and I wanted to eat there all the time. And they had food on the menu that I liked. I liked the environment. I would go eat there by myself. And I reflect on that sometimes about how, again, I was a lot younger, but I do reflect on that because I think about how I loved that restaurant. And I think how funny I cheated myself out of it because of one experience, and I didn't go back, when it was really just an experience with a person and not a restaurant. And people are fleeting. They flow in and out of places. They disappear. They go in, they're gone. So now, and that's on the opposite note. It's interesting. We're talking about restaurants, but I think it's relevant in a sense because it's really restaurants is the people there engage with so many people on a day-to-day basis, and that's really what we're talking about. It's engaging with people. My wife and I, we both agree on one restaurant that we love going to. The food is good that we enjoy here in town, but the people, it's the servers, and it's the same people. They rarely have new servers. It's the same servers, and we can't figure it out. I told her, I said, they are so nice, attentive, friendly. Even if they're not waiting on you, one of the other servers will go, hey, how y'all doing? And they'll chat with you. And I'm like, I guess it's just the longevity of the staff that they're such a part of the identity of the place, which is it's kind of rare.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
You know, and I think, that sometimes it's like servers are seen as fly by night. It's like, we'll hire you. You'll be gone, in a month when school's out or whatever, when you graduate or whatever it may be. This place doesn't have that. And I don't know what they've done to make it so nice, but I don't know. It's just that magic mix, and it just works. And my wife and I talk about it quite a bit. We're like, man, it's like going to your grandma's house or a comfortable place that you're familiar with because of the way they treat you.
Yeah.
And they don't treat you like royalty. They just treat you like they know you and they give a crap that you're there.
And that feels good.
Very simple.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. So, okay, we got way off on restaurants. I want to get back to where I want to get to is, hey, Bray J.
Okay.
I want to get to like that project and what that was for you, if you want to talk about it.
So it was funny, everything you identified when we started this podcast, and you were talking about, what you observed and what you perceived things to be. You're one of the few who got it right.
Really?
Other people, every now and then I'll come across someone and they'll say, oh, well, where you been? I thought you had moved away. Or which I never did. Or
see, I thought that too, actually. I mean, I didn't think it, but I kind of had a feeling that might have happened.
Or they'll say, well, I'll be honest, and I appreciate honesty always. They're like, I don't know what you do. And these are people that I think know me, and they tell me that.
Yeah.
And so I stop and I try to explain to them, and I realize it's like lost on deaf ears. Like they just can't wrap their head around it. And it sounds kind of mean to say this, and I hope people don't take this to heart. It's kind of one of those things now when people want me to explain what I do or explain myself, I don't anymore. And I was told by a few people that I really respect, they're like, quit explaining yourself. Just stop it. Like, people won't understand you. They don't get you. And they're not supposed to. Like, you're wasting your time trying to explain yourself to them. And it's actually belittling yourself when you do it. And I'm like, it's hard, though. You want people to be able to, get you. But I'm just one of those people that if you get me, you get me, and if you don't, you don't. Hey Bray J actually came about because after Kicks 96, I was hired on at Fox 29. And I want to say this stuff because I've been looking at some of the bigger people in media, and I get disappointed that they never share their failures or the mistakes or the difficulties that they face, because then you have people like me, and there are lots of me's across the country who are trying to, do better and get more. And we don't know how, when we get across these obstacles or these situations, we don't know how to handle them because no one at the top ever said, hey, we dealt with the same stuff. This is how we navigated them. And so I find on my little level, if I can help the next person who's, under me, or maybe someone in another state or country dealing with what I'm dealing with, I'm going to say it. Because I really have nothing to lose anymore. I used to care about losing, oh man, I'm going to piss somebody off, or I'm going to make somebody feel a certain way. And now I'm 29. I feel, this sounds horrible, I guess. I still feel like the 17-year-old kid I was back when I started, just wiser. I haven't achieved anything more. I still feel like the same person. I'm just tired.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm still going. I'm not stopping. I'm a very persistent person. But it's just like, I haven't gotten offered this beautiful job that's paying me all this money, so I can't talk about certain things. It's still me. It's me. It's always been me. The only thing I got is me. And if I don't acknowledge the situations I've been in, God forbid the other people who are going to go in green thinking one way, and they're going to be hit with brick walls constantly because no one's ever told them, hey, this is what you may potentially face.
Right.
So
right.
I was brought on at Fox 29, and I'm not going to say any names in this block out of respect to them and their families. But it was one of the, talking about middle school being the worst time of my life, this was the worst time of my career. The way I was treated on a daily basis, it really, when you have somebody like me who's really in it with their heart, you have to be careful with how you treat those people. Mentally, some people can just take it and keep moving. But when you have somebody who's invested with their heart, you are literally setting up the next decade of their life if you don't treat them well. And it may sound like I need special attention, but what I was giving them on a daily basis, I never saw a return at all. I got a paycheck, which wasn't much, but I really felt for Fox, for example, and I'll say it this way, Kicks 96 was a brand that I think the entire community is aware of. Mm-hmm. It's almost like the KPLC of radio. They'd been around so long, and what they did and the people's lives that they impacted, it may just be music to some, but it was a part of their life. Yeah, no, it makes sense. It's a staple, like you said, a heritage station. And so me being a part of it, I really don't change anything, but I just keep the legacy continuing. Yeah, it goes on. Right. And so that's one part. When you join a new company that's trying to do something new and fresh, and you bring all the feel goods, all the attention, all the publicity, you name it, to this business, and you're not rewarded for it, you feel slighted in a sense. And so I'm trying to make sure I word this carefully. In being there, I was brought on as the reporter, and I was told, you can, and just so you know, I'm past all this now, but having to relive it, in a sense, talk about it, I feel like I'm there again. Yeah. And it makes it a little difficult. But I finally accepted it is what it is. It is in my past. It's a part of my story, and that's all it is. Move on. Mm-hmm. But right now, as I'm explaining to you, I feel like I'm back there. And so every day you go in and you're told these things before they hire you, that you're going to be a part of the team. You're going to be this, key player. We're going to make sure you're, blah, blah, blah. They talk you up to make you want the job. They end up hiring me, and I think 5 or 6 months in, because of my schedule conflict, I was still doing the radio at the time, they ended up making me choose. Either you're going to come on full time or we can't keep you on. Mm-hmm. And it was difficult because, again, and we talked about this off air and even in another thing, my goal, the person that I want to emulate, if I can, career-wise, is Ryan Seacrest. Seacrest has his hands in a lot of different things, and it's fun because you're doing multiple things. When you do the same thing every day, eventually it wears down on you and it gets old. That's just life. And some people can do it. Some people are built for that. I'm not. I constantly need something to change. I get bored easily, and I don't like those things about myself, but I've tried to change them. It doesn't seem like it's going anywhere. It's who I am. So you try to do things that are fun, that you're interested in. You do some things you don't like to do, but at the same time, you have to constantly have a variety. That's what keeps you going. So them making me leave Kicks or leave them, it was like, well, I'm only making a minimum wage. I really love this station. I love the people I work with, but it is what it is. They don't need me. They're going to go on without me, which was kind of funny, by the way.
So you make the choice, basically, and you say, I'm going to go with my Fox.
I'm going to go with TV. More, visibility, new horizons. Okay, right. That's the risk. Let's do it. Going full time, you end up just seeing like, this is why people hate their jobs. It's like when you're not on air and you're doing when you're not on air and you're not working together as a team, you really feel like you're just here just to pretend to do work to keep the check. And it's just unfortunate how things are structured. And just to say it, and I'm going to be blunt, the idea that was sold to me when we started and what happened when the actual the news broadcast began, two completely different animals. So their approach was, we're going to be the younger, more relatable news entity in town because we can't compete with KPLC. So we weren't supposed to wear suits. We weren't supposed to be uptight. We were supposed to be very down to earth, comfortable. Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, a week before we went on air, they brought in this consultant and everything changed. So the idea that I was sold was a completely different concept when it came down to reality.
I see. So it's like we're going to be hip, young,
and you're
casual,
excited.
Yeah, and then
we're going to be.
No, we're going to just copy that because that's what people are used to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you get it, but you don't.
Yeah.
So we start doing it, And nothing went right. Nothing went right. And a lot of times, they'd send me out to do a story, and to give you background, and this is something I hope everyone across the board will think about, at least. Just because you pick somebody who's talented, until you train them to do what you want them to do for you, you can't expect them to do what you want them to do for you.
Sure. Makes sense.
They brought me on assuming, and I was very honest, I did not graduate college. I didn't go to school for media, let alone have I done television production before.
Right.
I'm just a talent.
Yep.
I did radio.
Did radio, right.
So you want that here, and you want my face, and everything I bring to the table, but you got to train me to do what you want me to do. I was never trained. And a lot of the times the problem was when they would go to do like video training or things like that, I was at my other job working.
And I'm happy, I know it. I'm helpless.
Do you ever hear a good song on the radio that just moves you? Maybe it stirs your heart, but then it starts to move your body too? Do people around you say things like, "You've got rhythm," or "Where do you get your energy?" Well, I've got a secret for you. That might be your dance coming out, and the Whistle Stop Dance Sport might be just the job your dance is looking for. I know your first thought, but I don't have any dance experience. That's one of the good things about this opportunity. You don't need years of dance experience to do it. What Whistle Stop Dance Sport is searching for is a multi-dimensional talent. What does that mean? Okay, I'll tell you. You see, dance goes far beyond formal training, though that is a plus. Being able to dance means you can take life by the hand and let it put one arm around your waist and move to the rhythms that flow your way. To be a dance instructor at Whistle Stop Dance Sport, you'd need to have experience working with children, good rhythm, positive energy, and a personality for people. Dance Sport works to enrich children's lives by offering social, emotional, behavioral, and cognitive skills that naturally build confidence. Through dance, these children develop self-esteem, express themselves creatively, and strengthen critical thinking skills. Does the thought of affecting young lives in a positive way stimulate your mind, your heart? Do you want to do something that matters? Something that could really change the course of a young person's life? Then maybe that's why you heard about this dance instructor position with Whistle Stop Dance Sport. You can send your resume or letter to Whistle Stop Dance Sport, 1518 18th Street, Lake Charles, Louisiana, 70601. That's 1518 18th Street, Lake Charles, Louisiana, 70601. Training dates for this position start in July 2019. So if you feel you may be right, don't wait to send in your resume. If you'd like to hear more about this position, call Whistle Stop Dance Sport at 337-515-7577. That's 337-515-7577. And if you do call, do me a favor and let them know you heard about this on Find the Good News. Well, man, I can relate, and I mean, not personally. Maybe personally. I have workplaces where I've had maybe poor teachers that didn't, pass whatever they knew on properly. They just didn't know how. Not everybody's a teacher. But I had worked at a place where a friend of mine from years back had been hired, and we really didn't need help at this place I was working at. I mean, we needed somebody to fill a certain role, but he got hired, and immediately the leadership had a vacation or a trip planned where they were going to be gone for 2 weeks. So this person got hired, but there was nobody to train them. And so for 2 weeks, they were sort of left to figure out, like, what am I supposed to do? There was no mentorship, I guess. Mm-hmm. And they didn't really have the credentials to be filling the role that they had been hired to fill. So it was a bad start, if that makes any sense. Mm-hmm. I mean, and I could see it. I mean, as somebody who was sort of the senior person, there in that role, I thought, oh man, this is not going good. I could just see them spinning their wheels and the activities, and even though I didn't do their job, I could tell from just watching, this is not what they need to be doing. But on the same token, they hadn't been trained. So when the leadership returned, there were a lot of things just not going right, and then the leadership fired them for not doing the job. And I remember talking to that person later. It started a bad cycle for them, actually. Like, losing that job put a mark on them because it was a well-respected place. And so that person had a reputation now. Well, they couldn't make it there. You know, does it make sense?
Oh, yeah.
It's like, oh, well, they couldn't make it there. They don't really know. Nobody knew the real reason why. And so it was just a series of failed attempts after there, or restarts after that with that stigma. And it was one after the other. It was just a bad cycle. And I always felt bad because I was like, man, I could see it very clearly. I was like, they just really didn't get any training. What did they expect was going to happen? I mean, it was like he was set up to fail.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
And this, it's hard for me to encourage others to do this. And no slight against you. I wish that you could have pulled the boss aside and said, hey, you know, I don't know if you realized or not.
Yeah.
Because, and this is what ended up happening at Fox. They kept me on. I think I was there for maybe a year and a half. And the rebellion started to set in. Because every day they'd send me out to do a story. And let's be honest. A, they didn't train me. B, they wanted me to be something that I was not. They wanted me to go cover the hard murders. They wanted me to go cover the serious stuff in news. And even at Kicks, you know, we may have mentioned it, but I wasn't a hard news reporter. I'm more of the community-oriented, you know, light stuff. I want people to feel connected and comfortable.
Yeah,
and
culture.
Yes. Not what they had me covering. So I would get reprimanded a lot of times because the stories that I would go after were community-oriented and not hard-pressing news. And I would have the conversation. We're not KPLC. You can't expect me to be out at 2 a.m. going to cover this murder or this shooting or this, you name it, when we don't have the resources, let alone we didn't get the call. Like, you can't expect me to be a single-handedly compete with this entity when you haven't equipped me to do so.
Yeah, it's a different task. That would be like me with Find the Good News going, oh, well, I have this podcast and, you know, I'm going to all of a sudden be covering news stories, like trying to compete. It's just, I mean, granted, we could talk about current events or whatever, but that's not what this is. But me just all of a sudden having a boss that says, hey, we're doing this now. And you go, whoa, we have not done this before.
Right.
At all. You know, I mean, I may have the gear, but I need equipment. I need somebody, I need a grip. I need a lot of different resources to make this happen.
And so the weight was on my shoulders, it felt like. And I felt like our leader was missing in action a lot of times. I think the idea that they had in their mind of what this news organization was going to be, or this news show, was not realistic, considering the resources that we had. And so a lot of things fell on my shoulders. And I did an amazing job, and I have to pat myself on the back for this, looking at it later, of making sure that the community knew who we were, that people who didn't even like the Fox brand were watching us because they were like, all right, we'll give you a shot. We like you. We know what you're about. You know, we'll watch. So I brought that to the table, but I was never the whole making people feel good and checking on them, that whole thing. I did that, but that part was never recognized. The part they wanted was the part I wasn't trained to do, so I couldn't do that part well. And I vocalized it. I'm not good at that part. And so it was always complaints, but never a help, you know, put in place. So eventually, me and the person in charge started butting heads, and I was always respectful. I actually looked up to this person in a sense. But one day it was this very nurturing person, and the next day it was this very, how do we say, just continually bashing. Personal bashing too. You know, we don't bring our personal problems to work, and then they're going off about their personal problems. And I'm just like, okay, this isn't a good example anymore. And so I completely turned off my viewfinder, if you will. It was like, I can't look to you for help. I can't look to you for respect. I can't look to you for guidance. Like, you're just not that person. And so it started to show. And that's one thing, I can never hide what I'm thinking or feeling. It's a weakness of mine. And that's why I don't get certain jobs. I know, I think over the years I've told myself, I think people look at me as a loose cannon, or they're looking at me as a liability. And it's because I tend to not hide the things that everybody else does. I'm not wired that way. Just not. You know, if you want me to be a face for your company or for your, you know, whatever it may be, I can do that well. But when you wanted me to be everyday robot for you, it's just not my forte. It's not what I do. And so it's shown. And so I've talked to a lot of people, and they'll never say it, but just based on the feedback I get or how they view me and look at me, those are the only things I can put together in my mind.
And do you accept that? You perceive that and accept that that's the truth?
Now I do.
Yeah. At that time, though,
it was just confusion.
Yeah.
It
but now, today, sitting here, you're saying those things out loud. Like, I mean, I'm going to use your word. You just said like loose cannon.
Uh-huh.
Do you perceive yourself as a loose cannon?
Now, yeah. Here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But you accept it and can lean into it.
In a sense.
Yeah.
And only the reason why I've had to own it is because, with every entity I've worked for, they use me up. And you can say, well, you get a check for it. But even with the whole bringing the community on board, example, KBYS. So Fox happened. Let me say that first. Fox happened. They ended up talking me out of the job, which was the weirdest thing that ever happened in the world.
I got you. I think I know what you mean.
Oh, and to be honest, at Fox, I was fired and rehired a minute later. It happened there too. So I don't know how many other people can say they were fired and rehired within minutes twice, but it happened to me. Fox came to me and they pulled me aside to HR and they're like, this isn't working out. We gave you warnings. And it wasn't me because I really was ready to leave, but I'm not a quitter. And so I never wanted to quit. And they wanted me to quit. They didn't want to have to fire me. They wanted me to quit. And I said, well, give me another chance. And they looked at me.
And they said, okay.
And I said, okay. And it was a God thing.
Wow, man.
Because I didn't want that. I did not want that.
But you accepted it?
But God knew in that moment I needed that. Because I had no backup plan, no fault. This was it. This was my job. And so when I said the words, you can't just take them back. And immediately they start planning what we're doing the next 5 months from then. It was weird. Weird. And those are God moments to me. Like when they're unexplainable, but it's for your good or for the betterment of the whole. And I was there another 5 months. And then things started to get bad again. And first I felt like we were all on the same page. And I knew I was on thin ice. But it started up again. Hey, you're not doing this. You're not doing that. The next day, oh, you're doing such an amazing job. Keep doing what you're doing. The next day, why'd you do that? That's not. And I was so baffled. And I feel like I was drowning. And I kind of wish, I wish somebody would start a business in Lake Charles area just for that. We only have so many people here. And yes, technically, we're probably all replaceable. But you have so many beautiful people who could do an amazing job, but maybe you're not utilizing them in the best way. And I see a few consultants popping up. I don't know exactly if they're brought in for these situations, but I knew my situation. And it's like you're drowning and nobody around you can help. And you're trying to do what they want you to do, but they're not clear on it. And you lose your job over it. And it's not necessary because they had a great team member. They just needed a little more clarity, if you will. And so eventually my boss came to me and said, don't you miss radio? And I said, well, yeah, it's no secret. I love radio. But this is what I'm doing right now. Well, don't you think you should go back to radio? And I thought to myself, is this really happening?
Wow.
And so the next thing I know, there's an email to HR. It was 3 of us all CC'd on or whatever. Braylin is going to be submitting his resignation. Please prepare for whatever. And I'm like, I never said I was leaving. Like, I didn't argue with my boss, but I never said I was leaving. Like, that was just totally left field.
That's interesting.
And so I ended up having to go to her boss, and her boss was in a whole nother state up north. And we get on the phone, and I said, I hate to do this. I've never had to go around anyone before. I don't know how to handle this situation, but it's already taken its course, and I'm kind of in, it's either I say something now or I'm out of a job. And they seemed like they were friends. They seemed like they were going to support and help work through it. Well, we were supposed to have a group meeting, all of us in a room. I literally go to the HR office and the door is locked. And I was told to go to this meeting, by the way. I didn't just go pop in their office. Literally go, turn the knob, the door is locked.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, okay, I see what's going on. I go back to my office. And the funny thing was, one of my coworkers, I was filling her in on what was going on the whole time. And this is when you are, I call myself an anomaly now. And some people can get it, some people don't. If you know me, then you're like, yeah, I get it. But the things that I experience and the situations I face, your general person will never, ever deal with. Because most people accept what they're told when they're told, and they follow the course. And they believe that, I have to keep my job, so I have to do it this way, and it is what it is. And I don't look at life that way. And so my coworker couldn't understand me at all. And we were good friends, but they just didn't get it. They thought a lot of the stuff that I was saying was made up, or my perception was off, and things weren't actually the way they were because they weren't experiencing it. I'm the kind of person, you tell me that, and I'm in. I'm like, are you dealing with that really? Like, let's talk about it. Well, maybe we can approach it this way, or maybe I can even help step in and try to resolve it. Other people aren't like that. Other people are very much so themselves. This is how it is. I'm sorry you're dealing with that. And so a few weeks went by, and I knew it was over. It was my birthday. What a sad birthday that was. I think I was turned 23 or 22, something like that. And nothing was done for my birthday. Everybody else, their birthday was like they bought a cake and they did a celebration and they did something on air. When my birthday came around, nothing. And it was hard. And I'm going to go ahead and say it now, and this is going to probably disrupt the matter, because you and I kind of hit on this the other day during our interview, at KBYS. There's a certain part of me who's always avoided the conversation, but whenever I bring up race, it's always appropriate. And other people around me don't get it, and it's typically because I'm in a sea of Caucasian people. But when I bring up race, it's valid. It has to be brought up, because why am I the only person dealing with these situations? And so I was the only, to date, you look at everywhere I've worked, I'm pretty much the only black person in the entire working system where they are, like the workplace, the only one. And the way I was brought up, the things I view, the way I do things are a lot different than your typical Caucasian person in Southwest Louisiana. And so if you don't factor that in as a boss or as a coworker, and I hate to say it that way, but there are going to be differences that come up. And if you can't acknowledge, okay, well, maybe this person doesn't view it that way, but to assume that I am just like every other person there would be a mistake. And when they bring me on, especially for TV, trust me when I say they chose me for my race.
Yeah? You think, well,
I know so.
You know so? Okay.
No doubt. The day that Fox 29 hired me, I think a month later, because KPOC at the time didn't have anyone other than Cynthia Arsenault who was black, they hired 2 black guys, which they had never done that before. And they did it because they knew that Fox hired me. So it was to help counter it. And actually the public, and to prove my point, the public confused us a lot.
Really?
And it was intentional. They purposely hired 2 guys, and it took away from Fox 29 having the only black male on TV. It was done on purpose. That's the way the industry works.
Interesting.
And so here I am. I'm the only black guy in the entire station, and yet I'm dealing with all these obstacles that no one else is dealing with. Now, mind you, everyone else is having their own obstacles and challenges. I know this because I'm talking to them, but yet I'm being treated differently. And so it was almost like, and I use this word now, and I've used it on social media, and some people have come to me privately and they're like, why do you use that word? Or I didn't know you were dealing with that. But I call it abuse. I was abused in the workplace, psychologically, emotionally. Every day I had my boss coming to me and they were abusing me, and I had to deal with it because I thought that's the way the workplace worked. But that's not. And I encourage a lot of people now, like, recognize the difference between you not doing a good job and being reprimanded for it, and your boss just abusing you. They're letting all of their anger and frustration, and I didn't know what was going on at the time, but I realized later their personal life and even work life, they had a lot going on that were heavy, but they were using it all on me. They were letting it out on me. Nobody else, because they couldn't, but me. I was the target. I was the easy target. And so I identify it now as abuse, work abuse. And so they ended up letting me go. There's a stipulation in my contract that said, they could. It was an ironclad contract, by the way. Again, to let you know, and we talked the other day about people. I've always felt like a lot of people in the area try to control me. Remember that part? Yeah. I was the only person out of the 3 main on-air talents that signed the contract.
The no compete.
More than that.
Oh, that's very interesting.
The other 2 didn't.
Was it not presented to them?
Oh no, it was.
But they
cried their way out of it, or they said they weren't signing it, and they got it their way. When I don't feel right about this, or they're like, well, if you don't sign it, you don't get to work.
That is interesting, man. I mean,
and so I signed it.
Yeah, and
it came to bite me in the butt later. But they ended up letting me go. And I'll never forget that day. That to history, and I've been through some stuff, that was one of the most demeaning, belittling days of my life. They literally had me, and it was no secret. I didn't have a vehicle then. I didn't put my focus on getting a vehicle. I lived right around the corner. They literally had me box up my stuff, and the HR woman had to drive me home.
Oh my gosh. Wow, man.
And they didn't tell anyone in the office what happened. So everybody in the office assumed that I quit and that I left for something better. Even my coworker and friend didn't know what was going on. And I didn't want to cause, an uproar, cause a problem. I contained my composure. I wanted to treat it professionally.
Yeah, I mean, that's the right thing to do, I think. I mean, there's no reason to make an atom bomb.
I even thanked them for the opportunity. Like, and that's the thing about me. Like, I do just about everything right because that's what they expect. They expect you to not, and so I did the whole thing. And they dropped me off, and I just thought to myself, my happy dream has just gone down the toilet.
That's what it felt like.
Yeah. Because everything beforehand was bliss, the whole build up to getting the job and them wanting me and the whole beautiful thing about it. And then next thing you know, they just dumped me. And so I ended up going on vacation to Florida. And it's funny, on the night show we do now, Wide Awake, we end every show with King Harvest, Dancing in the Moonlight.
Okay.
And that played one night while I was out on my balcony in Florida listening to the waves. And it was pitch black, so you don't see them. You just see the moon and the stars, and you're hearing the ocean. And that song came on, and it was so meaningful. So every night we finished the show, one of our listeners said, you should make that your song.
That's your outro.
And that's it. And that's where that came from. That song connects with me. I don't know why, but it just does.
Well, at that time in your life, what you were going through, I mean, it's pretty...
So after Fox 29, I don't know what happened. I don't know what circulated. They never announced that I was leaving. And all bad stuff on their part. A true, and I've been doing this for a while. I've observed other situations nationally. The smart thing would have been to say, hey, this is Braylin's last, whenever, let's give him a proper send-off. And things would have gone smooth. I would have played along. Everything would have been fine. I think because they weren't sure how I was going to handle the situation, the whole loose cannon, like, what is he going to do? They thought, let's just get rid of him now. But it actually caused a lot of problems across the office. I didn't know this at the time, but I had someone working in the other building. There were 2 buildings at Fox. And she said, Braylin, people call all the time and ask what happened to you.
Wow.
And I'm not allowed to answer.
Viewers?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which
made me feel good, but it hurt at the same time that there was no closure.
Yeah.
And had they granted that closure, they would have avoided a lot of problems. I was jobless for, I think, 3 months. And then I went back to the city. They took me in, and I went to work for Arts and Culture. Matt Young is in the position now, but Denise Faskia was in before him. Yeah. And I worked with her. And that was a whole other world. I don't necessarily want to go into that. But thank God I had that to fall back on. Then I did the city for about, 6 or 7 months. And LakeCharles.com, Killer Die, Chad Marino and his wife, they hired me there. And I was there for probably, 5 to 6 months.
Yeah.
And then the same issue kind of came up with the whole, when I went to want to do KBYS, it was like, well, we can't have you doing our work there. So either you can commute, back and forth and do the work, and I had to make the decision, and I chose the radio for free, no pay. So I left a good paying job, probably one of the best jobs I ever had working for them. But I left because I really believed in what KBYS was going to stand for and bring.
Right.
Boy, was I wrong. Hey Bray J started after Fox. Fox was around 2014. Basically, the people in my circle, a few family members, a few friends, a few business, types, they said, okay, you've been putting out for all these other companies, but what do you get back? And I looked at it and I'm like, a paycheck. I mean, that was it. But me being who I am, as much as I love community, and not being able to add that to, and just for the record, every entity I was ever at, I always asked if I could do extra work. And I was willing to do it unpaid because I believed that strongly in it. I said, let me go ahead and work on this thing for the community. Let me do this. And they're like, well, we don't have a way to store the interviews you're going to do. Or, well, we don't have a way to attach the sponsor to it. So if it wasn't bringing in money, or if it weren't an easy fix, they didn't want it.
It makes sense. Okay.
But I knew it was going to bring in a bunch of new listeners. So they missed out on that part. So I started, my friend, or I think my uncle was the one who told me, he's kind of been a huge part of my life, like throughout, just supporting me and kind of showing me, even though you're off track from the rest of the world, like you kind of do your own thing or you feel out of place, it's okay. It's okay to own that. It's okay to be that person. One of the few people who encourage that. And you can take it as a good thing, good influence or not. But for me, being the way that I am, if I didn't have him in heavier notes, going through the Fox situation and going through a few other things that came later, it made me not want to be on this earth anymore. It made me feel like, why am I here? Like everything I do, I get hit with this huge like rejection or this huge block. And it's like, why am I here then? What's the point? I try to subscribe and do things like other people do, but it just doesn't sit right with me. And I'm constantly having this inner battle. But then, they want me to stand out and they want me to be this for them. But then when I do it, then they want to pull the reins back and they don't want me to do it. So it's a constant battle.
Yeah.
So Hey Bray J came about. 2014 in January, we launched it. And it was meant to give me my own hub, my own space to do everything. Who's
producing this?
So at the time, it was my uncle.
Okay.
And then this guy, who shall remain nameless because he's ended up not being a good guy for the community, he and his wife came into play. And they seemed like they were doing good at the time, but I realized what they were doing is using us and making money off of us.
Oh, really? Okay. I don't know about this.
Yeah. And so it taught me that I'm a guardian for Southwest Louisiana. There are a few guardians out there that play a role. And basically, you, Oran, if someone were to meet you and you feel like they're a good person and they have a good, approach to things, and you introduce them to your contacts, and then they start going in and making them feel the same way, like, oh, they're good people. And then all of a sudden, they ended up not fulfilling a promise they made, but they walked away with money. Or, you get where I'm going?
Yeah.
You become a guardian. You're then, in a sense, responsible for all the people that you connected them to and for the things you allowed them to enter.
That makes sense.
And that was the position I was in. I got the meetings with people that you wouldn't be able to get a meeting with, that I wouldn't be able to get a meeting with, but I got them in. And they used it. They used my name. They used a lot of things to try to get ahead and ended up causing so much turmoil. I had to take responsibility for that. Again, the failures. I've had many. But long story short, he ended up telling me to do this launch. It was a big launch. It was a big deal. It was, I guess we'd call it our launch party. And it was interesting to do because I never looked at myself in that way. But I had all these people saying, you need to do this for yourself and for the community. So we started, we did a music showcase, which was the first one. We did all this at Luna Live. And it was fun for the most part. But I knew this was a new weight and a new attention, and I didn't know what it was going to come with.
Yeah.
And it wasn't received well by some of the city. Like, it was apparent. The people who chose to acknowledge my Hey Bray J and the people who didn't.
Why do you think that Hey Bray J wasn't? What were you worried about? Why wouldn't it be well received?
And it's kind of been proven to this day. When I go to work for an entity or work with a group who's established, everybody gets on board. It's like when you step out and you try to do something on your own, it's like, why would you do that? You're not. We're not going to support that.
Really?
Like if I announced I locked myself out of social media for a while. I forgot my password. I was going through a lot and forgot my password on Facebook, and ended up 5 months later, creating a new one. Well, the second I posted that I was working at The Voice magazine, I think I got over 100 likes.
Yeah, I remember when you posted that.
But if I post anything else, like what I'm doing, maybe 20. It's just weird.
So, okay.
And I think I know why.
Well, just tell me. Unless you don't feel comfortable. Why do you think?
I truly believe it has to do with the mindset of this area. We're not used to people stepping out and doing things on their own and feeling like they can.
Do you think that's accurate now, though,
yes.
Even today? Because I see people do new things all the time.
I think that, and I'll be honest, I really do. I think race plays a part in it.
Do you?
I do.
In Southwest Louisiana, particularly? Or just in general?
I really do. And this is purely from what I've observed and what I've experienced personally, and what I mean, this is what I see. I'm the only, to this day, the only black guy doing what I do in this community. And so I was told early on by a few people are going to love you when you start. And they did. I mean, I got lots of love. Lots. You know, you saw me at everything because I felt welcomed. I felt loved. Now, I walk into most rooms and it's like, oh, it's Braylin. And it's kind of like these side looks or, you know.
Where's that come from?
I don't know. I really don't. I don't know if it's from the... I found a lot of times, and you may have heard this, and this is negative, so forgive me for saying it, the crab in the bucket mentality.
I don't know what that is.
So basically, it's the deal of, you know, crabs typically, they're all trying to get out of the bucket, but yet they pull each other back. It's almost like this unsaid or unspoken thing where this person could be doing better than I am, so I'm not going to let them get there. Or why would I support them getting ahead of what I am?
I see.
And
well,
so,
that's envy, and that's like a lot of...
So those are the words that come up. Those are a lot of the things that I see happen. If I work for an entity, it means that I have someone over me, and I don't have the freedom to do what I want or what I'd like to do. And so people are comfortable with that. It's like, okay, well, Braylin's under... someone's over him, so we feel comfortable with it because it's going to be done this way. But the second I step out and do it myself, it's almost like, we don't know what direction he's going to go in. We don't know what he's going to say.
So was Hey Bray J not well received?
I never, to be honest with you, I don't know. And I would say
what were your gauges? I mean, I'm just curious. Like, how would you back in that day? How would you gauge?
I didn't.
So you didn't. You just did it.
I did it.
And didn't go, hey, this is being well
because
received.
I would have stopped a year after I started if I would have went off of what I gauged.
And how long did you do that?
I mean, we took a break twice just because life, like I had major things that happened. But technically up until last year.
Oh, so it was a good 5 years
going
on last year.
4 or 5 years, yeah.
Okay.
And we even expanded it. We ended up doing, after KBYS situation happened, we ended up doing a show, like an actual visual show.
Yeah, okay.
And I told you, we got 10,000 views within a month.
Yeah.
Which we were told was impressive, but it still wasn't enough to help, put money behind it or even the public to even say, oh, Braylin's doing that.
Yeah.
It was weird. It was really weird.
Well, I mean, and I guess this is interesting because I guess on one hand, I guess I can relate with this adventure here with this Find the Good News. The only way I can justify it is you called it a passion project. I guess that's one way to justify it. I want to do something. So, and this is a format that I enjoy. It's something I feel strongly about, like that people need a platform, a place where they can talk about the good things going on in their lives and share them with the community and tell their stories. Outside of that, I don't know what success looks like, so I don't know how to gauge it either. I don't know what that's even called. Can't even tell you for sure how many people listen week after week.
And see, it's something I told myself early on, like,
that doesn't
F the numbers.
Yeah, we talked about that. The numbers can't drive it. If you start worrying too much about the numbers, I've heard other people say this that I really enjoy listening to, and I trust that because I look at what their success has been, and every one of them that's reached success wasn't reaching for success when they were doing it. Mm-hmm. They just said, don't ever worry about the numbers. Continue to pour your heart into it, and if numbers come, they're going to come, and for many people, they do.
In society, everything has to be backed by fact or by, numbers. And I even heard, I think during one of your interviews with John O'Donnell, you kind of said, you have to be able to back it up. And so a lot of things that he does, he has to do research in order to prove what his findings are.
Yeah, right.
And in my situation, there really aren't any facts to back up what I believe or what I view.
Yeah,
it's observation.
Yeah, it's your own.
And so I struggle, I think career-wise, maybe I could have taken off had there been that in place in some ways to prove why I'm doing what I'm doing. But a lot of what I was doing, and to answer the big question, Braylin, what do you do?
Yeah, we'll do it. Right.
I really believe that I am that middle guy, the guy who observes something, whether it be an injustice, whether it be something we're lacking, whether it be something that I think people really would... it would help them feel more like they belong, help this truly feel like a community at times when it really doesn't. I think I'm the guy to help bring those things out for the better, to help make those things known and correct them, or help find a solution if that covers it. A lot of, and I used KBYS as that platform when I did the morning show, and it proved, in my way, it proved I was right. once we, and to this day, I can't gather numbers. That's not my job. I'm not that guy. And I hate to say that because it puts it off on, well, who is that person? And that, I guess that would be the stuff that I wish I were good at, but I'm just not. But if I could have gone to every music venue at the time and said, I want you to start right now tracking your numbers. And I want you to help me prove that by having these local music artists on, that I helped increase your business. Well, A, they don't have a method in place to do that. B, why would they?
Yeah.
They'd be helping me.
Right.
And then B, it was like, or C, it's like, okay, even if we do, what is this going to be used for?
I see. Okay.
And so it would have been a lot of extra work. I was already doing free
metrics that they don't need to have the resources nor the inclination to be messing around.
I was already doing free for KBYS. On top of that, that would have been a whole nother job in and of itself.
Right.
And so I have no numbers to back it. But the second we started having music artists on the radio, all of a sudden the local venues started having more local artists perform. You could say it was a coincidence. I think that it was direct influence on what the people in Lake Charles were hearing and what they were open-minded to go see or listen to.
Okay.
And I think it had a direct impact. Finally, on the radio, we have an entity that's backing locals, and we want to go see who these people are. And so they'd show up to the venues. And then as I would go out, because I started seeing a few new faces, and I know a lot of people, so that's kind of hard to say. But I think that it brought a new audience to support these artists. People started seeing their numbers go up on their playlists. They started seeing a difference. I couldn't track all of that, but that's what I felt I directly contributed to.
I see.
And I want to make it clear, when I do these things, it's literally like, yeah, I get credit for it in a sense, but it's not about me. I hope that other people can come up and do this without dealing with the BS that I had to deal with.
Yeah, and I think I have thoughts like that. I can see what you're talking about. Like, let's just say, a year from now, 2 years from now, I have a really healthy listenership, and there's a certain subject or a certain thing that keeps coming up in these episodes, and then you begin to see that happen in society. I could sit there and say, I can draw a line to this show. I don't want to do that, because I think then what will happen is you start to begin to, I don't know what it is. Some people, I get in different conversations about this. Some people say, you shouldn't worry about that. And some people say, you definitely should worry about it. I choose the path of, I don't want to be that. And I don't ever want to have an ego feeling of I'm an influencer. If that is the case, that's great. I don't want to think about it. I think something happens when you start to think about it. With anything in the world, it's proven that if you start putting attention on something and you put your mind on it, you think about it, it actually changes things. I think thoughts do that. And I think if you start thinking about yourself like an influencer, then something changes. If you can't keep that lightning in a bottle, you know what I mean?
And so I did. And that's when things did change for me. It's hard to, and this is funny to say this, so maybe you'll understand, maybe the listener will understand, maybe they won't. I've had to accept that the way it is. Any other city, if I were in a bigger market, I would literally be an entity in and of myself, which sounds crazy, but it's like you'd have your own company, your own brand, you'd have your own foundation even, and you would literally be using all of your resources and directing them the way you want them to be directed. Here in our community, you can't do that. It's such a small community. Things are very surface level in a sense, and not in a negative way, but in a, we see each other at the grocery store type way. Whereas in a bigger city, that may never happen. I may never cross paths with you,
Oh, I see. Right.
So everything's very, tight knit here, very small, like, location wise.
Yeah.
Bigger market,
You're not going to, you're right. I get you.
And so typically when you hear of me or what I do and you never actually meet me, you have one perception or you think one thing.
Right.
And so in bigger markets, you can do that. Here, trying to do what I was doing, starting your own entity and starting the whole, you're directing your resources toward, people take it different ways. They're like,
well, that's right. I see that happening even now. Not with me necessarily at all, but if you just look around this area, you can see very quickly that there are local celebrities, and how long that'll last, who knows? And I mean, I always watch that kind of off on the side, and I go, this is going to eventually, it'll flare up like a match, and then people will
move on,
or cannibalize the person even.
Yeah,
and that's another thing that I've seen over and over too. And you go, that's sort of the pattern,
And so, like, for me, I feel like I've constantly had to reinvent myself. I'd say a good 5 times in my little span. One time, and that's when things got bad for me, I eventually completely killed my own career. And I did it purposefully.
With Hey Bray J?
Everything. I completely killed it off.
What happened?
So I was at KBYS. We were doing the morning show. And the stuff that the public doesn't know, and that's what disappoints me. It's like, I wish that they would pick up on certain cues sometimes. It's like you're praising this entity, but the people who are actually bringing this to you, we don't even like highlight.
Yeah.
So I'd have people come on, and it gets frustrating when you're the person, it'd be like, Find the Good News. Find the Good News is so awesome. Thanks to, and let's say you had an umbrella, let's say it was Parker Brand, but you didn't own the company.
I got you.
Parker Brand is doing this great podcast. It's like, Parker Brand really didn't want me to do this. I'm doing this.
Right.
That's what it feels like.
Well, and that's how new businesses get started. I mean, you hear that all the time. People that, I work with people who that's their story, where it's like, hey, we're starting this event. And then you get to really dig in and go, well, so where'd you get the idea? Well, I worked at such and such, and I worked at such and such, and we had this idea. We were unhappy. XYZ happened, and I thought, well, if they don't want to do it, we'll just go off and do it on our own. And then, bam, new company. I mean, look, I'll be honest. A friend of mine and a good friend of mine, we talk about religion a lot. And we talk about that with the Christian church all the time. It's literally how every new Christian church gets started these days. It's, hey, we should form our own church because we're all unhappy with the church we're at. So some of them leave, they start their own church 5 years later. Well, XYZ band director, music director, he doesn't like this kind of music. Well, I like this kind of music. I wish we were playing this kind of music. And then bam, 20 people leave, new church. It's literally how everything gets started. It's like little pods pop off and form new plants or something.
And see, for me, I'm like, why waste an entity that's already established with, KBYS? Even though I say these things, and I'm pretty sure they know what I say, it'd be stupid for me to completely X out a place like that when they have everything there that I need.
Yeah, it's an incredible studio. I mean, I was actually in awe of it. I mean, it's a really nice facility. To be honest with you, I mean, maybe it was the time of day that I was there. I was really surprised because I thought, this is a great place, but like it just seemed a little ghost townish for the amount of quality equipment that was there. Yeah. And I guess I'm not in radio stations a lot, so
That's
I don't
not
know.
What radio stations should be.
It was strange. It was a little strange. It was neat, but strange.
So I was doing the morning show, and the person there, it's a lot. I'm very cautious. I tell myself the public would love me if I were all just warm and bubbly and all positive, you name the smiles and all that stuff, smiles and hugs. And I never brought up any of the bad that's ever happened. And I think that's why a lot of the bigger names and stuff choose to they call it taking the high road. But in actuality, that's not real life. The real life is, hey, situations happen, how you respond to them, that
that's
whole
true.
deal.
I agree with that.
And so I'm sharing with you how I had to navigate and respond. That was my life then.
Yeah.
I'm in a different place now. I view things differently. I approach them differently. I avoid a lot of situations now, only because I don't see the benefit in taking them on anymore. Whereas when I was younger, I did. And I pick and choose my battles more carefully now than I used to. So like right now, I'm technically in a few battles, and I'm choosing to deal with some of them. Some of them I'm not. Some of them are taking care of themselves. Some of them I'm about to have to go to war. It's like you pick and choose what you want, to pursue. And so during the morning show, the guy that was over it, we were friends. I had brought him on. I literally endorsed him and said, y'all need to hire this guy. Brought him on, and the pressure was just too much. They put so much on him that he took the job to another level, and I think it was unhealthy. And at times me and him would have like heart-to-heart conversations, and we were close. And he'd share with me, like, this is going on. And I'd try to give him some feedback, positive feedback, and encourage him. And I think jealousy kind of swooped in. It takes special people to support and get behind someone. And I've rarely found that in this area. Me being me, like rarely do people get behind me and support what I'm doing, even if they know it's right. They'll usually just kind of like, oh, we're happy you're doing that, have fun. And so I've rarely gotten the support I feel like I need it. And so had I had that, things would be so different. But usually people are like, oh, okay, now you're trying to go do this on your own, well, have fun doing it. And it was a similar situation at the radio station. It was like, okay, you're doing this morning show, we know it's bringing us a lot of attention, but we don't really want to step out and do that. We were dealing with stuff on campus, so we're going to let you go off and do that if that's what you want to do. And then when it came time to actually need them, especially when the public would ask us to do things, and eventually after you say no for so long, people eventually write you off.
Sure.
And that's what started happening. A lot of entities, they weren't throwing money our way because when they were ready to pay us to do stuff, the station wouldn't want to do it. And so I kept running into brick walls. It's like, I'm trying to build something, I'm trying to be a part of the station and really make it better.
Now, while you're doing this, you're also still doing Hey Bray J, right?
Yeah, Hey Bray J at the time, I actually took a break when I was doing the morning show. Let me say it this way. We got it to where we were doing the morning show, and I took my podcast or online radio show, whatever you want to call it, and I brought it to Thursday nights. So that's what that was. I separated the two in that the morning show, I told you, I've had my enemies on the morning show, people that I don't think they mean well for our community. I don't think that they are actually doing anything other than for selfish reasons. But this is not my morning show. This is the community morning show. So I'm going to let them come on and talk about what they want to talk about. And I'm going to smile and endorse it just like I would my favorite, thing in the world. That was my job.
I see. Okay.
The Thursday show, I was very protective over. The Thursday show was real. We were honest. We had people and talent on that we thought were actually worth getting behind and endorsing. And so both of them served their purpose. But it allowed us to be us. We didn't feel so, being on the morning show of any station is the pressure's there. But especially when you're on McNeese's radio station, you have to be very careful what you say and how you say it. We don't want to offend anyone. We don't want to we don't want to mention religion. We don't want to mention politics. We're not allowed to. So a very different world. Very different.
It makes sense. That's why, on that note, I think that's why I like the podcast platform, because it's not regulated like that. I mean, granted, that's up to whoever's producing the show, where they can set their fences and they can choose to ignore the boundaries too that they've set for themselves, but nobody's setting them for them.
Yeah. So we did that for a while, and I noticed the morning show had kind of started to, I'm not going to say peak, but in comparison to what happens next, it peaked. We were on a high. Like, I started going out in the public and people are like, oh, that's the guy from the morning show. And you feel it. That's when that's the feedback you want.
Yeah.
Because it means you're impacting. If the regular everyday person knows who you are, then they must be listening or be at least aware of what you do in some way.
Yeah, okay.
And that's what you want.
Yeah.
And it felt good because it's like, okay, I know that I'm doing this for the right reason. It isn't selfish. It wasn't the Bray J show. It was the morning wake up. And that was the whole premise, The guests that we had on, people were messaging me constantly, can we come on the show? And I'm like, yeah, please. But then I started noticing the musicians started taking it for granted. And I told you about that part.
Yeah.
And that hurt because, and I'm going to say it now, and it sounds kind of like scathy, but when I walked away from the morning show and that was lost, can you identify anyone in town who kept highlighting musicians?
I mean, I can't, but I got to be honest. I mean, I'm being 100% truthful. I never have had a good finger on the pulse of the music scene.
I can answer it for you. There wasn't.
Okay.
And when that was lost, I really wanted musicians to realize you had something great, and it wasn't because of me per se, but you had people who stepped up and said, hey, we have opportunities now, and y'all lost it because y'all treated it like y'all deserved it instead of something that was there for you to benefit from. And so when that
how do you mean? What do you mean? I mean, so I get that statement, but you don't have to tell me a story. I mean, I don't want to put anybody on blast, but how do you mean like that?
So I told you there was one example. There was a person who came on. I had them on pretty often when it mattered. And one morning they're like, hey, I'm not going to be there. And I said, okay, well, I promoted the show that you were going to be on. And I'm like, are you sure there's no way that you can make it? I'll bump you back to the next hour or whatever. No, let's just reschedule. And there's a difference between, hey, an emergency came up and I'm just not feeling it today. And what that did to the show, I literally had people messaging like, hey, what time is this person coming on? And now I'm having to say, hey, they canceled today. Now,
right, I got you.
In any other market, and this is fact, when you do that on a radio station, they usually call you out and they make it known this person chose not to come on today.
But you know what? Let me tell you something. You're right. And it's not just radio. It's not just TV. I don't know if I talk to people outside of the market. I have friends outside of the market. And when we have conversations, they say, I would never put up with that. I would not even work with that client. I said, this is not the way it is in Southwest Louisiana.
Everything's different here.
And not again, to be negative, but it's just the facts. I've seen it just ever since I've been working in any industry here. I see it even with Parker Brand. You know, this happens to me weekly. And I'll tell you, it's this version. It's the same story. Video production of any kind, or any kind of production, you have moving parts. People, right? Mm-hmm. If you have people in it, actors, whoever,
right?
The client themselves, you have to schedule all those people. There's a lot of different things. So you're usually looking at a date in the future that works good for everybody.
Sweet moment.
That sweet moment in time. And then in Southwest Louisiana, the other factor, the actor that no one ever really wants to talk about is the weather.
Yeah.
Okay.
True.
So the weather is
the star.
That's right. The weather's the star. So if you have all the moving parts that you've aligned and then your weather is good, you got it. And then when you do have people that don't really, it's almost like unrespected. It goes, you'll have all the gear loaded up, your staff, even hotel rooms booked. And then you'll get that phone call an hour before, shooting that says, such and such had something come up and they can't, and they realize it's not even a good reason. It's just because they can't, and they don't, and as all these moving parts unzip, everything falls apart. And then, but we can do it next Wednesday. Well, then is next Wednesday, are all the components.
Yeah.
And again, this sounds like complaining. I don't talk about this to anybody, but the truth of the matter is that has happened so many times that I've actually lost count, and it's understood in Southwest Louisiana that that's just the way it is in Southwest Louisiana, not other places. Because I've worked out of town, and when I work out of town, we have noticed it. It's strange how you can just notice it, but there is a whole different level of professionalism when you get hired to do a job out of town. Mm-hmm. They stick to the schedule. Your time is valued. And I'm not saying they roll out the red carpet. You're there to do a job.
Right.
But there's just a completely different way. Here, things are treated more utility and industry, I think. And I think, honestly, if I have to be, I've thought about this a lot. Why is it different here? I just think it's because we're on an energy corridor and we're built around the petrochem industry. And I know that brings a lot of benefits to people's lives, lots of jobs, the economy. But I think what it's done is it's made us see people and as things to be used and things to be used up.
That's interesting.
And I think it's just a sentiment. I don't think our area cultivates the idea that others are not meant to be used, that the environment is not meant to be used, that people aren't things. We're all moving around within that system. Mm-hmm. And that's there's people that could argue me into a corner about that. I don't have any facts.
I don't think I've ever heard that said, though. But
that's how I've come to believe that's why whenever someone cancels on you, there's no feeling about it, because it's like, well, it's just another moving part in this whole system. Who cares? Move on. You're meant to be used up. You're just a thing. And then it's strange because you'll interact with folks that outside of their profession or their job or their title or their whatever it is they're doing will treat you like a human being. And you'll have a wonderful, pleasant conversation. I have people that I'm friends with on social media that are like that I like to observe that behavior, where I'm like, it's interesting. We have these lovely talks, but when I have to engage with them professionally, it's like I'm dealing with a completely and totally different human being. And I find it interesting that those dimensions aren't layered together in the same slice of cake most of the time. You don't eat a cake that way.
Right.
You don't take and scoop the little piece off the top and then eat it. You cut right down through all the layers and you take a whole bite. But what I find in a lot of relationships is that it's just the middle layer gets sliced out for this part of the day. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I on one hand, people say, well, you got, again, you said it. You got to do what you got to do. I get it from a survival standpoint. But on the same token, I'll use that word survival. I think that we won't survive if we keep thinking that way and functioning that way.
And so this sounds very selfish, and I've gone back 1,000 times, more than I'd even care to admit. And I'm like, did I do things the right way? You know, should I have done it differently? And so at the morning show, I basically ended up deciding, as much as I know I'm doing something good for this community that it's probably never had, or at least hadn't had in my time, if I pull out now and I leave this situation, because I was very unhappy, that's the other factor that nobody even thinks about. You know, Braylin's doing all this good and he's out and he's doing all this stuff, but am I even enjoying it?
Sure.
From a human level.
Yeah, I get that.
And I wasn't. You know, I'm out there covering all these events because I needed to. Yeah. It's the only way that I could stay viable and stay visible, and potentially, because we've talked about this too, I don't get hired for half the jobs that I really do think I'd be great for. And I've tried, you know, and I'm not talking about a 9 to 5. I'm talking you know, hey, we're doing this thing, let's bring Braylin on. But, you know, a lot of times I've honestly thought I would be perfect to do this for them, but I've never even considered. My name never even comes up in the conversation. And I've tried to figure out, how do I change that? And I've called them and I said, hey, you know, if ever you need this or that, let me know. And I'm just not chosen.
And so you're trying to analyze, like, why am I not? Still
to this day, I've not figured it out.
Yeah.
I've drawn my own conclusions, but it is what it is.
Yeah. And I mean, you know, you're not the only person. I mean, I've had conversations throughout my life with different people, and not with one entity or another, but several versions of this story. Why am I not considered? And most of the time, as you and I discussed the other day, it's less nefarious than we tend to make it.
Right.
You know, like I know for me, there have been jobs where I can look on paper and go, we have the equipment, we have the capability, we have the know-how, we have the time. Will we get the job? And really for no reason other than we could do it. Nuts and bolts, apples and apples, oranges and oranges. We can do this job. And we're right here. But for some reason, let's say someone from out of the area, you know, it could be somewhere they're flown in with a whole different crew and team, and they're the ones that get that job and are paid more. And yeah, that's typical. And so there are people I've talked to who will get really upset about that, and they'll be like, you know, they'll really make us think about it. I had never have. But I do wonder sometimes, and the more when I find the truth is really finally revealed as to how that goes down, and you eventually can find out if you just wait long enough, you know, it'll come out.
I mean, I'm not telling you this, but I mean, I have.
Yeah, you find out why.
And it's usually people.
It's just people. It's really, unfortunately, it's just on a whim most of the time. The way I've described it is kind of like an ad in social media. You know, if you may not be in the market for sunglasses, but if you see an ad and you see a pair of sunglasses and you go, that's 20% off of that, and I actually like the way those look. You click it, you go down that rabbit hole, you watch a video, and you're like, yeah, I think those would look good on me, and they might be comfortable. And hey, oh look, they support. They use some of the proceeds to feed the homeless. You buy the sunglasses. Why didn't you go to a local shop and buy them? It was just impulse. It was what you wanted at that moment. And honestly, that is the absolute truth. I think people think a lot of decision making goes into some of these decisions. I literally think a lot of times, no, I don't think it, I know it. It's whoever's in charge at that moment of that project, and they saw something that they wanted to try, and it literally had nothing to do with me at all. At all. Most of the time, I'm like, wow, it had nothing to do with whether they wanted to give me the job or not. They literally just made a choice. It's as simple as that, and that's hard to accept sometimes, that it's that simple.
And I'm such, and people know me. I mean, at this point, I'm an overanalyzer. I overthink everything, and I don't like that about me. But it's how I'm wired. It's kind of the way it is. So I'm like constantly like, you know, do I need to lose weight? You know, am I not attractive enough? Do I need to change this? You know, do I need to dress a certain way? And I've done all that, and I still wasn't getting the jobs. And so it's like, I'm just, you know, it exhausts you at a certain point. You're like, and so now I don't care. I'm not trying to get any other entity to do something for me. This is me. If you'd like me, I may be available to do it. I may want to. Outside of that, I'm doing what I like to do.
Yeah.
And hopefully I'm trying to find ways to make money off of what I like to do.
Yeah.
But I've completely switched gears. It's totally different now. And I've been presented with a few opportunities, and I'm like, no, I'm sorry, that's not what I want.
Yeah.
And I think that's difficult too, because then most people are like, oh, I finally got what I kind of wanted, let me pursue it. But it's like, no, if that's not going to be a good fit for me, and I know me, I know if I'm going to be happy or not. And I refuse to subject myself through those things again, because I've been through it.
You know, I actually would like to recommend a podcast to you while we're... I really would.
Okay.
Because something...
Find the Good News?
Well, hey, that one. But there's another one. It's one of my favorite ones. It's called Inside of You. And it's with the actor Michael Rosenbaum.
Okay.
He played Lex Luthor on the TV show Smallville. Mm-hmm. And he's got a podcast now. And a lot of the things that you're saying remind me a lot about what he talks about. And he interviews people in... actors, really, mostly media entertainment type people, superstars, to be honest with you. But it's a great show, and the things you're saying, he says, he turns down a lot of work, and the things he even struggles with it, because he's like, why am I turning this down? Why am I not taking these projects? He said, my agent probably hates me because I turned so much down. That would be good work, but I go, why? And so my heart's not in it. I can't make myself do that anymore. And so it's interesting to watch himself analyze and try to figure out why he can't and what he's doing now. And opportunities, are they real opportunities? Should I have done it? Should I not have done it? Am I selling out? Am I not selling out? That kind of thing. Those are real questions. I mean, a lot more people internalize that stuff than talk about it.
And I want to say this too, because I don't know, and at this point in the interview, I don't know how long we've been talking.
I can tell you, 2 hours and 50 minutes.
Okay, enough Braylin. Usually 30 minutes is too much for most people. You look at other personalities in town, and if you talk to them privately and they open up, they all feel the same way I feel, but they never say it. They never get the opportunity to. I don't work for an entity, so I use this as a liberty to speak out, because I hope others who are coming up behind me, or those who are even older, feel some type of like, I don't have to live in misery the rest of my life. If I'm going to be in Southwest Louisiana, there is someone, even though he may not be the best representation of us, there's someone out there who's addressing these issues, and maybe it's getting people to think, well, maybe we need to approach it differently, or maybe we should, think of them in this other light. And I hope that's what I do. Whether you like me or not, I can't control that. I used to try to be Mr. Likeable, and eventually got to the point, you can't make people like you.
Well, there are people who say, and I just thought of this, and it's probably not that wise, so I'm just going to say it. There are, the phrase "don't rock the boat." That is something that is very prevalent in Southwest Louisiana a lot of times. Don't rock the boat. Don't rock the boat. Keep the status quo. Don't rock the boat. But I think about that phrase sometimes. Don't rock the boat, and because I like to go canoeing, and I've been canoeing quite a bit. And if you're canoeing in shallow waters or anything that's got like little light stumps and things like that, sometimes you get stuck on that stuff, and you can't push yourself off. You can't do anything except rock the boat. And when you rock the boat, you'll jar it loose, and then you can keep going. Sometimes a little bit of rocking is okay. I think you can rock the boat without being venomous. I think that sometimes it comes off as like you use that word loose cannon a few times, and it almost has a negative connotation, like wild card, loose cannon, I think you can look at that from a whole different perspective, and you can even, I guess that's more of what I would suggest is embracing that, but leaning into it. And it's like, well, if I am a loose cannon, well, I guess the term loose cannon kind of implies that cannon, you never know where it's going to fire, but I would say maybe don't be a loose cannon, maybe just be a cannon.
And see, for me now, where I'm at, 29, totally different.
Yeah.
When I'm telling you the backstory, that's where I was. That's how I perceive things to be.
Yeah.
It's different now.
Yeah. So what's changed?
Well, for me now, and going through, it's a lot. I hate when I have to dump people out of my life or remove people. I really do. I love people. I get aggravated at times, but I love people. And so, good or bad, I try to keep people as they are. Like, if that's who you are, that's who you are. I don't want to be disrespected. I don't want to be the person that you dump on.
Nobody wants that. Not really.
But I have been. A lot of my life, I did allow it.
You allowed it. And do you feel like maybe that was was that a pattern that you felt like you had to? Is that what it is? Like I had to do these things to survive?
In a sense, sometimes.
I think a lot of people probably feel that way.
Yeah.
When they go through that kind of stuff.
So we did the radio station thing. I finally left. And that was a very hard, that talk about hurt leaving the radio station that I helped build up.
Yeah.
But I knew I needed to leave for multiple reasons. Eventually that person was taken out of the picture, which made it even worse because then I thought, well, what if I would have stayed? And I deal with that all the time. Even now, it's like, had I stayed, would I have been able to continue? Because the direction that the show is, that the station is in now, is a completely different direction than what it was when I was there. Even the morning show. Mm-hmm. And it's no slight to them. People come to me all the time. And they're like, hey, we miss you on the radio. And I'm like, cool. That was then. This is now. This is the new morning show. I think they're pretty funny. Like, it is what it is. You know?
Yeah.
I'm not there anymore. That's just the way it is. After that, though, two friends of mine, I'll call them friends, were past tense. We partnered together. I approached them about doing this music festival. And I'll be blunt, because I think it needs to be said, this particular situation. The things that the public never knows, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad that they don't know. Everything that I've ever set out to do, even when there's been selfishness in it, and only in it to protect my career or try to, better myself, that's the selfish part of me. Never anything vile, never anything that I'm wanting attention. It comes with the territory. When you work in media, you will get attention. That's the way it works. Think about anything from your favorite TV show, from the people on the show, the producers, they're going to get attention from it. That's the way media works. It's a very attention-oriented thing.
Yeah, I mean, you got there's an audience.
Right.
Yeah.
And so with everything I do, I'm aware of that. There's people going to be watching. I have to be aware and try to, know how it's going to come off, how it's going to be presented to them. Those are all factors when you release something or do something.
Yeah, sure.
So there was another music festival in town that a lot of people get behind and support. And for me, when I was on the committee to help plan this, you learn things about it that just didn't sit right with me. And being who I am in this community, I do feel like I'm a guardian. I feel like I'm an ambassador. I feel like I'm a community person, just like everybody else. We're all community. We make up this community. But I feel like I have certain responsibilities. And if I sit back and I let certain things happen, I can't go to bed at night.
Sure.
I won't sleep. And so the things that I found out, they weren't paying the musicians to perform. They were paying out-of-town musicians to come in. But the locals weren't getting anything out of it. And they were okay with that. And it just didn't sit right with me. I'm like, if we're going to pay some out-of-towner to come in who really isn't bringing much to the table other than you personally like them, then what's the point? Like, why should locals, they're getting attention out of it. They get just as much attention when they go play on a Saturday night at your venue. Like, it's not much better. Long story short, we ended up deciding to do this festival. And I should have known then. When I first presented it, they were like, we don't know. And then the person came back to me and said, yeah, I want to do it. And I'm like, why now? Like, what changed? I just think it'd be a great opportunity, to help musicians, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay. So we moved forward. We literally probably put 7 months of planning into it. And it eventually came down to the money. Are we going to have enough money to cover everything? Because it got costly. A few of the venues that we wanted to go to, they weren't willing to budge on certain things that we needed. So we ended up going with the Civic Center. And that in and of itself hurt a few relationships. The venue wanted us to go with them, and we wanted to. But it's like, we're not paying that much money when, your venue may potentially be too small for us because we didn't know. You never know. You go too small, and then next thing you know, you have this huge crowd, and you can't accommodate everybody. You go too big, and the crowd is too small, and then it looks like you didn't have a good turnout. Toss up.
Yeah, right.
And so we ended up going with the Civic Center Coliseum, and the cost was great. The amenities were amazing. It took a lot off our back, and so we went with that. I ended up making the executive decision to go with that because it was too much, needing to be decided. Well, I only handled the promotion side. One person handled the financials, the other person handled the logistics from the technical side. So we each had our role. Well, the financial side wanted me to be on the meetings with them. And I just couldn't. A lot of the time scheduling, I just was unable to do it. I'm like, we brought you on for this reason. You're great at it. Please do your job. Like, do your part. We're doing our parts. You do your part. Well, then when I wanted to go to some of the meetings, I was excluded from them. And race was a factor. Sex was a factor. Those were real life factors that came into play. So you can argue whether race exists. The whole thing in Southwest Louisiana, I've lived it. I've watched it. It does exist. It's unfortunate. It isn't everywhere, but it happens. And if I didn't own that, I'd be living in a fake society. Because we didn't go to some of those meetings, we got checks. Meetings that we would go to, for some reason, we wouldn't get a check. And you can say, well, there's a lot of things that can go into that. Yes, but it was pretty apparent. We ended up not having enough money. One of the sponsors that we knew was going to support us ended up getting a call from the other music festival. And it became a direct subject matter in the meeting. Why isn't this person involved? And instead of handling it the proper way, the business partner didn't handle it the right way. And so we didn't get the check. So we ended up not having enough money to cover our festival. So we proceeded anyway, against one of our partners' better judgment. He thought we should just cancel all of it. And I'm the kind of person, we put this much work into it. Why would we cancel now? Why would we cancel something that we put so much into? So we ended up doing it. We ended up bringing in these names. All of our local people, band-wise, ended up getting paid. We didn't know at the time because our business partner stopped talking to us. And I'm not telling the full story just because it's so detailed. Little petty things that happen along the way. But our business partner stopped talking to us, ended up writing bad checks to, I think, 2 or 3 of the bands who performed, and they left. They left the state or left town, went back to where they were from, and told us after the fact. And we were livid. We thought, if you can't tell us that, because had they told us then, we would have said, then they don't perform. We would have negotiated that with them there. We're not able to pay you the amount today. Do you want to still perform? If so, we'll figure out how to pay you later, but this is where we are. We never had that option. They made the decision without us.
I see.
And so when we left that night, all the local people had gotten paid, and to my knowledge, they were okay. We had enough money in the bank to cover them. That night we went out to do an after party thing, and that was the last time I ever saw that financial business partner. To date. I've never seen that person again.
Really?
Supposedly, and I want people to know, like, I really do take mental illness seriously. Supposedly they felt the weight of their decision making and everything that was going on, and they were contemplating taking their own life. So, like, my heart went out to them.
Over that?
Over that, yeah.
Man.
Because I think we would have ended up owing about $20,000.
But that's,
right.
I mean...
Well, when you make certain decisions, and I'm going to tell you what happened later, that I think the reason why the weight ended up on this person in that way. A lot of the people were friends with this person, the people that performed and all that. And I think they knew they pretty much made some bad decisions that were going to affect their livelihoods. And so me and the other person got together, and we're trying to wrap our heads around everything, and we didn't know at the time where they were. We didn't know what was going on. And we ended up pulling out the contracts, and literally the money box that we had from the event that had all the money, we didn't have it. That person did, the financial person. We just so happen to have copies of the contracts. And so we're looking at, copies, and we realized that neither of our names were on the contracts. The names that were on the contracts were the financial persons and the 2 lawyers that they wanted to bring on. And so when you look at everything from a business perspective, it looked as though the lawyers put on this festival along with the financial partner. And so we were just glorified volunteers. And so whenever the lawyers, and just to say, being the face of things is not always what it's cracked up to be, because I'm the guy that everyone knows, and more people know you than you even realize. I had lawyers in Nashville, lawyers in New Orleans, lawyers in Lafayette, and one other place, all calling my house saying, you owe us money, and we don't care how you're going to resolve it, but you're going to be the guy that we're going to talk to get this done. Well, our financial partner in here, we don't care. You're the guy. So when we looked at the contracts, we realized neither of our names are on it. So I emailed all of them back and I said, look at your contract. And that was all I said. The call stopped because they realized legally I can't be to blame. My name isn't on any of the documents, literally. The company that we started wasn't on any of the documents. And so it made us realize, and we still to this day haven't proven it, and this involves local people who still live here, so I will never know. Some things you have to just let go and move on. This was a tough one to move on from, but we had to. It looked as though had we made a profit, they would have been privy to all the money, and we wouldn't have. And then had we had a loss, it would have all fallen on us. And being the promotions guy, it even more so me. And so I thank God to this day, truly, because it could have been bad. I mean, I could have been in jail, technically. But because my name wasn't on any of the documents, and I didn't knowingly do anything wrong, it came down to a person-to-person basis. Some people blamed me for the situation. Some people didn't. Overall, we put on a great festival for our first year. Overall, everybody who went said they loved it. But behind the scenes, the business part of it was just horrible.
Yeah, and that's a lot of things. I mean,
and it happens.
Stories like that all the time.
And for me, it was new. It was the first big risk that I ever had taken. And so to this day, I'm very skeptical. I've been invited to be a part of huge things that could have brought me a lot of money. But it's not worth it if I have to go through that again.
So look, as you're talking to me today, and right here especially, this keeps popping into my head. So I'm just going to ask you this because you haven't shared a lot of bright lights.
Yeah.
It's mostly been...
It's been difficult.
I mean, that's a lot of... the word that keeps coming to is a series of unfortunate events.
Yeah. Lemony Snickets.
Yeah, Lemony Snickets. I mean, it's like... That's what we've talked about today. Yeah. And so I got to ask you, like, in that scope of that, I mean, if someone listens to this, right? Because, I mean, someone's going to listen to it. Yeah, right. Not that I want you to fake that either.
No,
I mean, I want you to know, silver lining. I'm not that guy. But, like, out of all of that, so you're sitting here today, what's the good out of that? I mean, what's the so we went in the cave.
Yeah,
that's what I said at the beginning. We go in the cave, and I always use it like we go in the cave, and then on our way out we light lights. So what are your lights that you've lit on the way out of this, all of these things that have happened?
Each person that I've come in contact with, whether I've been on my best day or not, I think that I impacted them, hopefully for the better. The private conversations that I've had have been very encouraging for others, and I think that's my role. I think making sure people know that they are good enough, making people know that, hey, if you feel in your heart you're supposed to be doing this, do it, pursue it. I've had a few musicians who've come to me and directly said, I was about to quit music, but you've kept me going. Really? And I've watched them blossom. Yeah. I've had a few people who were like, man, Lake Charles does not show me any love. And I've had them on the radio as much as I could to make them know the city overall may not realize your talent, but I do. And I'm going to give you the opportunity as much as I can.
Yeah.
And so on a day-to-day basis, the people I come in contact with, that's my light. I'm constantly trying my best to help motivate them, help them feel loved, help them know that you may be dealing with an obstacle. Trust me, I've been through a lot of them, but you can make it. You just got to keep pushing.
And is that what you're doing right now?
Yes. That's so what Wide Awake
what's going on? Yeah. So tell me about Wide Awake. That's what I want to hear about. Like, what's the... I mean, I know it's playing...
It's out of a dark place, though. I mean...
Yeah. I mean,
but even more recent. I was dealing with a lot of depression. I had some suicidal contemplations.
Really?
And it got dark. And
how long a time period?
This was October of 2018.
Yeah. I mean, did you stay in that state for a while?
Yeah, I had a lot of people close to me that I let in, and they literally did what has happened my entire life, but to another degree. They used me up, didn't care, and just walked away and left me with what was left, which was nothing. I was depleted. And at a certain point, you finally do realize, like, how much more of this can I take? And some people can completely reset themselves, and I've watched it happen, and they finally take on this whole new attitude and approach. For me, though, it really hit hard. And so I had to tell myself, like, am I worth this? Why am I still here? Why am I putting myself through all this for what? And this sounds horrible, but I mean, I've even thought to myself, would it be better if I weren't here? Like, would that be the thing that makes
the beginning of suicidal thoughts? I mean, that's where it starts.
And so I made it through that. I did go get help. And
you did?
I did.
Counseling?
Yeah, but further. I ended up, and I've even had, just so you know what happens in my life, I've had more than 5 people say, Braylin, I don't know if you should say this out loud. And because we can't say those things out loud, I want to say them. But I know that it could damage my career forever. Because that's how we have to think, especially in media.
You talking about all the stuff that we talked about?
No.
Or this what you're... Okay, gotcha.
Just this part alone.
Yeah.
Could damage everything that I want to do and, knock out everything that I've done.
Right.
But I did check myself into Archer. It's an institute south of town, Lake Charles. And I was there for a week. And being around people who are really dealing with serious mental illnesses, things that are uncontrollable, you do begin to be grateful, more grateful, even though your situation for you is horrible. You realize there are things that are worse. And so I use that time in a different atmosphere to really push hard and collect myself. And it began to change. It began to start to show light for me. I got out of there, started seeing counselors. And, I don't know when most people would say, for me, counseling itself isn't the, oh my gosh, that's what changed the world. But having someone who doesn't give opinion back or who doesn't share their stories, for me, has been refreshing.
What do you mean, them not sharing their stories? They just listen? Just the good listener?
So when you go to people and you tend to need like advice, or you want them to help give you that encouragement back, and I don't fault them for it. It's a human thing to do. I've done it. But usually people don't want to hear your story. They don't want to hear what you went through, because then it almost inadvertently makes you seem like what your problem is belittled, or you're making a big deal about something that's so small. Look what I dealt with.
Right. I've called that suffering fish stories. I think it's something we all have to watch.
Yeah.
I mean, I try not to fall into that. I mean, I'm guilty too. I've done that.
It's a human trait.
Absolutely. To go, well, look, I mean, when I was your age, I mean, that happens a lot with parents. I mean, everybody, it's like you want to do that with your children. You're like, man, when I was 15, look, this is how I dealt with this. And you don't need to be, well, my fish is bigger than your fish. And then all of a sudden, everybody's got a fish. And we all have fish, right? But I mean, I just think that if you're going to be a listener, and here I'm talking, but I'm saying if you're going to be a listener, you have to be willing to say, yeah, let me listen, and only if my story is relevant to helping this person should I even tell it. Definitely don't need to tell it just to say, oh, I did that too, don't worry about it. That's not going to help. I mean, it really doesn't. I mean, if that really were what helped people, you can go to Books A Million right now and go to the self-help section and buy books full of stories and just read one and be like, magic wand over your head, and I have it so easy. And then all is better. It doesn't work like that when you're in a hole. It just doesn't.
And so after that happened, I told myself, okay, I'm ready to step out and do something again, but I still feel like I'm meant for something bigger. And I did try to relocate a few times, and they all fell through. And I feel like I'm supposed to be here, as much of a struggle as it's been for me. Because I really do believe in my head, and I've had people say it, anywhere else you'd be blossoming, like you'd be doing great, like from a career standpoint. They don't know how it would be emotionally or, inside.
Right.
But career-wise, a lot more opportunity, I'd be golden. But here, it's not the case. Here, I deal with a lot of opposition, a lot of rejection, and that's just the way it's been. But with that being said, it's like, okay, what can I do right now to help people who may be in my situation or something similar? Because we don't talk about depression. We don't talk about suicide. We don't talk about these issues that really do affect a lot of people here in our area. And I'll say it, numbers wise, I'm not a numbers person. But Southwest Louisiana, Calcasieu Parish is one of the highest, has one of the highest suicide rates in the country.
I didn't know that. Where's that? Where did you hear that? So
you can go anywhere. You can go to the K. Dory Counseling Center. You can go to NAMI, National Alliance on Mental Illness.
Yeah.
They all have the numbers to back it.
Wow.
Especially with young people, things we don't talk about. And so for me, I told myself, I love media, obviously, but I'm going to do something that takes it a step further than just having musicians on or just featuring nonprofits. I'm going to have real conversations. And hopefully at this time, we do it at night on purpose. I do not like doing nights. Nights are very difficult. But that's typically when people are alone and by themselves and having these thoughts. And if we can be on and help lighten their day a little bit, if we can help have a conversation that makes them realize I'm not alone, then we're going to do it.
Yeah.
If them hearing us act stupid and laugh is going to help kind of get them out of their thought process, we're going to do it.
So let me ask you something. I mean, when I first saw...
You may want to lead in with this part, by the way.
No, it's okay. I think we did. I'll tell you why. I mean, and it's the phrase people who listen to the show have heard me say it many, many times about going into the cave. And I think that's important for people to realize, and I'll probably put that in the introduction, that look, stick this out, because you do have to go in there sometimes to come out and find the light. And that kind of gets to what I wanted to say about your branding for that. When I first saw it, I thought, oh, this is like a late show. Now that I've talked to you, I'm looking at the words completely different. And it probably, am I guessing right that the name means more to you than just a late show? I mean, Wide Awake has this implication, indicates to me that you've had something wake up inside of you.
It was by chance. You're the second person to tell me that.
Yeah?
Yeah. You know, Wide Awake was actually created in 2009.
Okay, and you kept it?
Yeah, I'll show you the old drawing I have, actually. And when it came time, I found the logo, and I loved it so much. I asked my other friend if he would,
fresh it up?
Yeah, and I wanted a neon sign type feel. And he did, and it was so great. I said, this is what we're going with.
Yeah.
And so you never know, something from your past maybe, come alive again. You may get the chance to, reuse it in a great way.
Love that.
And I didn't recognize it, but apparently it has multiple meanings to it.
Well, I mean, I guess the reason I'm even saying that out loud is, are you positioning your show up front like that? I mean, when you put it out there, is what you just told me, is that what you're telling people? That, hey, this is a show for these people?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's a lot, so I don't want to go all there, but we've gotten a lot of opposition about doing this show.
Because you're doing it through the KBAYS's station, okay.
McNeese, as any entity would, and I get it, business legality, they're very worried that we're going to attract the wrong listenership that we're not able to help because we're not professionals. And so I've told them, we have many people on standby if we need anything.
That's what I was going to ask. I
went through my own training to know how to deal with anyone who is suicidal, or contemplating suicide. So I've been doing my part to educate myself, but it's conversations that we need to have. And so if I'm the only one right now, and this goes back to the musicians in town. I was told, and I told you this off air, why is Braylin the guy doing this? He knows nothing about music.
Right.
Why is Braylin doing this? Technically, I have no professional backing when it comes to mental illness.
You're not a chef, so why are you doing a cooking show, or a restaurant reviews, and stuff like that? It's kind of the same sentiment.
My entire life.
Yeah.
Why is no one else doing it? If someone else was doing it and they were doing it well, I wouldn't have to.
Yeah.
But when I don't see anyone else doing it and I see a void needing to be filled, I feel like my heart's pulling me in that area, then I'm going to do it.
Yeah, and there's different roles for different things. I was talking about this with my son last night, and I mean, this is probably, some people may give me some flack for the way I'm going to word this, but I told him not everything is a knife fight, and not everybody's role is the same. I said, and I'd used Vietnam as an example. I said, so Vietnam War, terrible atrocity. Honestly, can't even tell you why we were there. I've had a father who served in it and ultimately died from things he acquired while he was there. And so I look at it differently. I don't stand up on a rooftop with a big flag in my hand and go, hoorah,
Yeah.
And neither did my dad in the end, to be quite honest with you. But, when I say all that just to illustrate my feelings about the thing. So I told my son, I said, so Vietnam, if you oppose this war, I said, so one man says, I oppose the war. Somebody needs to do something about this. And so he goes and he gets a piece of poster board, big fat marker, says make love not war, end the war in Vietnam, draws a heart and a peace sign on it, puts it on a stick, and he goes outside and he protests. Another man douses himself with gasoline, sits down in front of the embassy, and he lights himself on fire in a position of prayer, protesting the same war.
Yeah.
One thing was for one man to do within the capacity of what he could do. The other thing was for another man to do in the capacity of what he could do. Why you? Because, and that's okay.
Yeah.
You get tempered by what you get tempered by, and you get shaped by what you get shaped by, and you get sharpened by what you get sharpened by. And you're to do what you're to do. I think that sometimes is hard because it sounds so plain. But it's okay for it to just be that. You don't have to be anybody, quote, special. You don't have to have letters after your name. I mean, I've said that. I'm kind of repeating my same mantra. I don't want to get off on that. But I'm a big believer in that. You have the job to do that you have to do with Wide Awake.
Yeah.
And
it's tough, had I not done all those things before, I wouldn't be here now. And, I was, It's funny you told me people, plan what they're not going to talk about.
Yeah.
Literally, I told myself, Braylin, don't bring any of that up. But, for me, my story as you can say, well, I brought it on myself, or I chose to take on these battles, and blah, blah, blah. But for me, I would have never realized what could be in this area if I wouldn't have experienced it myself. Because I don't know anybody else who tells me those stories, especially in media. It's one thing to deal with in the hospital realm. It's one thing to deal with in law, or in, some other form. But never in media did I have anyone able to tell me these things from this area. Most of our media people are transplants. Most of them weren't from here. So they didn't grow up here. It's a totally different experience. But for me, being from here and dealing with what I've dealt with, I hope, as you said, the light. I'm still here. I'm still alive. I'm still pursuing everything I set out for when I got started. But it's just been a really bumpy ride. So,
well, and I'll say this. I mean, this is the way I feel about it, and I'm telling people listening to this show. When people are putting their heart into things in the community, it's very easy to think, well, they must be getting paid to do this. They're doing this because they're being paid to do it.
I wish.
Yeah, right, exactly. And I mean, you and I have talked about that. I mean, you're not getting paid to produce, or to do any of the energy that you're putting into Wide Awake with Bray J, right? Right. I mean, so this is all volunteer time. You're putting a voice out there. You're spending, those hours, the dark hours, with people, or you're creating a platform for them to call in and do that. This is what I would say. I mean, I don't know anything really other than what you've told me about KBYS. But even if KBYS doesn't support that, I think you have the capacity within you to utilize that show and even continue to tighten that up and just sharpen the blade and focus it on helping those people that you want to. And being a voice in the night, man. I mean, how wonderful is that? I mean, really, I say that as somebody who has had to deal with suicide in our family, or at least attempts. And, I think about those guardian angels out there, those voices in the night that could have potentially, been there for that person, could have just been in the right place at the right time, and sometimes maybe not. And yeah, that's what you hope for. It's what you pray for. I'm not boy, this just gets off in the weeds, man, but I don't like to say bad things happen to me. You can talk about that all day long, but people can say, well, that's not true. If somebody does something bad to you, then they did it to you. But I can say I've brought as much misery on myself through my own actions as much misery has happened to me by accident. So I have my own hands are the hands that are beating me down most of the time if I look back at my own life. And I say all that to mean that sometimes we ask for things and we pray for things. And I've really thought about this the other day when I was watching someone say we should pray for the president. And I'm not going to bash the president or anything like that. I just want to warn anybody listening. I really sat and thought about, what do I do when I pray? What do I think's happening? And I just had to really be honest. Not what somebody's telling me what's happening, not what I've read in a theology book or whatever I've studied. What do I really feel like's happening when I pray? And then how do I pray? And when I really sat down and thought about it, I was like, so when I'm praying, I know what's happening. After I really sat and thought about it, I'm silencing myself. I'm silencing myself, and then I'm listening for something that I'm probably never going to hear. And it's all I'm really doing is just opening a door up to something greater than myself and being okay with whatever comes in through that. But I find I never pray for something. I never pray for an angel to stand watch over my children. I never pray for a miracle. I never pray for money or anything like a specific thing to happen. And I wondered why that was. And then I thought about it. I said, well, it's because in the times of my life when I did, I got the same result on the same frequency as if when I didn't. And so on one hand, someone would argue, well, then why pray? If the result is the same, I said, well, because I think it's a difference in thinking. I guess where I'm saying with all that is that sometimes we pray for an angel in the night. My dad used to say this little nursery rhyme. He said, put an angel at the foot of my, he made this little poem. He said, now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord the soul to keep. And if a big black bear is under my bed, put an angel with a flaming sword there to cut off its head. That was his little nursery rhyme. And I think sometimes I laugh about that now because I think that's what we pray for. Mm-hmm. Somebody else something else come from the outside.
Yeah.
And I've come to believe, and I could be totally wrong, and I don't even care at this point, that it's us. Mm-hmm. We're praying for us sometimes, and you could be that us for somebody with Wide Awake. I mean, how wonderful is that your voice with Wide Awake, and you putting that time, just that time, maybe that's the angel in the night, man. Maybe that's the angel at the foot of someone's bed. That's what, dude, what better payment is that?
Yeah.
I mean, I know we got to be paid to eat. I mean, I'm rubbing my fingers together because, I mean, we got to have it to eat in this world. We got to have it survive. We're not in a hunter-gatherer society anymore. But, dude, I don't know. I just, listening to your story and listening to you talk, I mean, my big light that I'm taking away from our conversation is that all of that has led to this. And I would just say, keep going, stick with it. Like Mickey Smith's book, Keep On Going, he says, I mean, really, I think in this situation for you, I would say just keep going, keep pushing that, and just take that idea and just keep being a light for people at night.
And I want to say, when you talk about prayer, years ago, I prayed that I would find the co-host that would just like really be a good fit. And I've had co-hosts over the years, and no slight to them, but their heart just wasn't in it, or they were doing it just to try to, appease me or to be a friend, and it just never came out right. And then all of a sudden, recently, a guy introduced me to one of the roller derby girls to have her on to promote roller derby.
Yeah.
And she sat in, and our chemistry immediately just... And I looked at her, and I was like, would you mind being on? And she's like, are you serious? I'd love that. And she's become my co-host. And then a few nights later, this other person that we talked to, I found out that they, are usually up late at night, and it would be good for them, be therapeutic. And then she comes on, and she's just, the two of them went to school together years ago and hadn't even thought of each other since then. And they clicked, and then, I clicked with them, and it was just like, wow. And all of us have been going through our own struggles, things that I'll never go through because, I'm not a woman, things that, I'd never thought of before they're dealing with. And a lot of our listeners are women. And so it gives them that connection. And so every now and then we'll share our personal story, where we are for that day. We'll talk off air about certain things, and it'll help us heal or, look at it from another perspective. And so definitely one of those moments that I'm happy I'm in. And things are not ideal overall, but I agree with you. I think that this is supposed to be, and we're trying to do our best, if we can, to help add a little bit more light to someone else's day or their life.
Yeah, man, I think it's a wonderful thing. And I honestly think, I'm glad we landed here because it's good news. I mean, that is the good news. I've said that so many times on this show that we have to talk about this stuff to get to that. And that's worth it because it makes us value the good we do find so much more when we have been through a bit of suffering. And I don't want to glorify suffering. Some people I've heard, and I agree that you don't have to suffer. You don't have to seek out suffering. But when you are suffering, to watch it, the alchemy of the whole thing, to watch lead turn to gold, that's pretty impressive. It's pretty amazing. Somebody said the other day about the pressure placed on coal to form a diamond, and it was you that said that. I don't know who said it, but somebody mentioned it, and I said, it's the same idea. It's the same idea that you hear in Buddhism with the lotus flower. The lotus is a mud-born flower. It's literally growing in the darkest place, and without the mud, there's no lotus. And so that's what I hear when I listen to your story, because if you stay in the cave, if you stay in the dark, if you let your story drag you there's hands down there. Oh yeah. And they'll keep you there, like in the walls.
For me, when I share my story, the career part anyway, and even some of the, early stuff, for me, it shows though, I always want people to realize while you're watching out on the outside and you think this person's living this certain life, Because most people say, I had no idea. Like, you look like you were living it up. You know, you were great.
Sure, I wouldn't have known.
It's like when you see that, though, just know that there's always more to the story. And check on those people, too. Because, and I, you know, I've been pushing that a lot lately. And the reason why I started this with Robin Williams and Anthony Bourdain and those types. Those people usually that are cheering us up, they're dealing with way more than we know. And we should also, the little bit we have in us, we should check on them, too, and try to encourage them.
Yeah.
Because you just never know.
You never know. That's right.
And I'm happy, I know it.
This episode's Fishing for Goodies Fishbowl sponsor is Brimstone Museum and Henning Cultural Center in Sulphur, Louisiana. I don't know what you look for when you travel, but one of the things I look for when I'm putting together my itinerary is a unique museum or gallery in the city I'm traveling to. I do this almost every time I go to a new city, but if I'm being honest, I'm guilty of not always doing that very thing right here at home in Sulphur, Louisiana. That's really a shame, because we have one of the most interesting, historically relevant, and culturally rich corners in any city in the country about 2 minutes from where I'm sitting right now. I'm talking about the Brimstone Museum and Henning Cultural Center. Have you ever really thought about why our city is named Sulphur? They've got a permanent exhibit on the history of the sulfur industry that answers that simple question and more. You really get a full scope of just how important the sulfur mining industry was to the development of Southwest Louisiana and the impact it had on the rest of the world. Yes, the rest of the world. On the same property, right next door to the museum, is the Henning Cultural Center, presenting some of the most interesting, modern, and culturally relevant local art shows I've ever seen. My dear friend Tom Trahan and the Brimstone Historical Society have really worked hard to give us this treasure, and it's a multifaceted jewel that I plan to take advantage of more often. You don't have to wonder what their hours are, or how to get there, or what shows are coming up. Just go to brimstonemuseum.org like I did, and subscribe to their mailing list right there on the homepage. That's brimstonemuseum.org. Tom will make sure you start getting the announcements for each and every new show at the gallery. But you don't have to wait for the mail to arrive to enjoy this historical local treasure. You don't have to be guilty, like me, of overlooking a local wonder that conveniently sits next to the Grove, one of the most beautiful walking parks in Southwest Louisiana. Drop in and say hi to Tom for me. Tour the museum and center, and make sure to tell Tom that you heard about Brimstone Museum on Find the Good News. Now, let's take that dive in the fishbowl. Well, Braylin, you know what time it is?
Time for us to go.
No.
What?
We haven't even done the fishbowl.
Here we go. I was trying to avoid this one.
No.
Hopefully it's a fun, cheery
We're going to do that.
We're going to do that.
Well, look, I'm going to give you, I've been telling most guests this. I don't like people to look in the fishbowl, but I will tell you what's in there.
Okay.
So there's big cards, and those are what would you rather. Okay, like, you know, would you rather bubble gum or would you rather pie or something like that? I mean, maybe not that simple, but then there are cards called Edison cards, and they're a little bit more complex questions.
Okay.
And then there's paper slips in there that are guest and listener submitted questions, and some I put too.
Okay.
So you can kind of know just by feeling what you're feeling. Like the guest, you want to go with a listener. Some people like to pick one of each.
Okay, so just go in?
Let your fingers do the walking, yeah.
So I mix it up or just go in?
Nah, I've already mixed it up.
Okay.
I do it after every episode.
So how many do you want to pull?
You'll do 3.
Okay, so I'll do this.
You're going to go for the whole buffet. So he's taking out an Edison card, a would you rather, and a slip. Oh, he's going to do 2 would you rathers. Okay.
I didn't intend on doing that. Okay.
That's all right. I like these. I like this. This is good.
So what do we do?
Just read it out loud and let's have a talk.
Oh, gosh. So this one says, describe your earliest memory.
Ooh, that's a good question. I think it is. Some people don't have early memories.
I really don't. I can tell you a story of a story.
That's fine.
So I was told when I was younger, I used to be, we had a great grandmother, and she was basically unable to walk on her own. I forget, she had something with her back situation. I think she was dropped when she was a child, so as she got older, it progressed. And so she'd wait at the top of the stairs and wait for someone to come and walk her down.
Oh, wow.
And when I was younger, she had already passed. And they say I would kind of play at the end of the stairs. And they'd say, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh, the lady. And they just thought it was really odd that I was that young and I'm acknowledging a lady at the top and I'm playing with her. So I don't know if you believe in angels or spirits, whatever. But they recall me.
You were seeing your grandmother potentially.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So that's to my knowledge, that's the.
You don't remember that.
No.
You just they just told you that.
Yeah.
Wow. How old are you?
I would assume I was around 3 or 4.
That's
that
pretty
age.
wild, man.
Yeah.
I've heard, I talked to a guy recently in the last couple of years, who had an experience like that with his mother after his daughter passed away. I mean, sorry, that sentence is wrong.
Yeah.
His mother, after she passed away, he had that conversation with his daughter.
Yeah.
And things that his daughter was saying alluded to the fact that she was just being visited by, his mother. Yeah, interesting.
And nothing scary, comforting, if anything.
Comforting, yeah, sure.
All right. Would you, a game of this or that. Okay, ready? Would you rather be able to talk to animals or be able to talk to fish?
Was that a fish, not an animal? I guess they must mean land animals, yeah?
Definitely animals.
Yeah, land animals. You don't want to be like Aquaman?
No.
No?
No.
That's not your environment. Mm-mm. No. Just land animals. Okay, so like if you could talk to one animal, what would it be?
That's interesting.
Yeah. If you could see through the eyes of one animal, what would it be?
Definitely be something that can take flight.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know. I would definitely say a bird. I don't know what type though. I don't know what particular one I'd go for. I think they all obviously are looking for something to eat on, or but having to find a place to nest or a place to sleep at night, those things. Imagine what they see.
Yeah, I've thought about that before. I used to go out to the visitor center at the Texas Louisiana border. I haven't been to it since it's reopened.
Yeah, it looks really great.
Yeah, no, I wanted to go stop. I used to love walking out there in the swamp, and I would sit out there and watch the sunset sometimes in my 20s, and there would be these herons that would come up closer, and I would sit out there and watch them fish, and I used to think they looked like they were doing Tai Chi. Just the slow movements, and it was just like, and then bam, they would just dart down and get this fish. And I used to think, and this is going to sound weird to people listening, but I used to sometimes even feel like I could close my eyes and like just kind of see through their eyes. And remember, this is probably before your time, but there was a movie called Beastmaster when I was a kid, and Beastmaster could see through the eyes of any animal, and he had cool. Oh yeah, dude. And I was like, I think it was my imagination going over time, probably wanting to be the Beastmaster, which would have been pretty cool, actually.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's a big nerding out moment. But, but it was peaceful, man. Yeah, I think I would probably pick that heron out there in the swamp looking for some fish.
Honestly, I've always thought, people are like, what animal do you want to be? And I'm like, I definitely want to be a lion or a tiger or something like that. King of jungle, yeah. But no, when you say it from this perspective, it's like, I want to be visible. I think
if I could pick an animal to be, I probably would want to pick something. I'm going to get complicated here, but if I'm going to be an animal, but I'm going to remember that I was a human, I'm probably going to want to be something that has thumbs and hands. Yeah? Yeah, I think so, because I think the learning curve is going to be hard. I think if I was a bird, I wouldn't know how to take flight. I think I'd be like, oh gosh, I'm a human, now I'm a bird. I'm gonna have to figure this all out again. But if I'm like a monkey or something, then I'm like, okay, these limbs kind of, I got a thumb on my foot now. That's kind of cool. I could probably figure that out.
See, in my head, for some reason, I would assume once we become an animal, we immediately forget it. Well, no, we take on their
you get all the skills,
their senses and everything.
It's like the Matrix. It's all downloaded.
It's built in.
Well, maybe so. Well, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
I just don't think I'd want to be an animal that I had to use my mouth for everything.
Yeah, I see what I'm
saying. Like, I mean, some creatures, that's how they engage the world. Is like, oh man, their food, you got to eat it off the ground. Everything's just your mouth. That's it.
You got to get past the dirt.
You can't let go.
Yeah, I understand.
You're right. Really, we went into that one.
You're right. You're right. Okay, I think you'll like this. It says, would you rather time travel or space travel, and why?
Ooh, I know me. Time travel for sure.
Yeah, no doubt.
You too.
What's funny though, we mentioned race earlier. A lot of the time that I want to go back to, I wouldn't be allowed to do any of the things that I get to do today.
Oh wow! That's what I want to know. Pick a time, pick one. What's your moment? When you want to go back?
My favorite time, and it's my favorite movie too, The Aviator with Leonardo DiCaprio. Mm-hmm. I love Howard Hughes and his time, but if you notice, there really aren't many African Americans are,
you're right.
around.
Yeah.
And that's just the way things were. But that time period, what they were doing was so innovative and exciting.
Yeah.
The clothing was exciting. The lifestyles were exciting. So I would go back to probably the mid to late 20s.
Yeah.
With money.
Yeah.
Because the Depression obviously took a lot of people out.
Yeah.
But those, in the wealth areas, or if you worked for a wealthy person, your life really wasn't impacted in that way. But even the architecture, everything they were doing then really defined where we are now in a major way.
You just kind of hit on something. I think about time travel all the time. I mean, look Back to the Future. It's my favorite movies. They really are my favorite movies. Always has been since I saw it. But I think about it all the time, like how fascinating it is. And so you hit on something for sure. Like, it's like, oh, you can pick a time period, but when you pick that time period, to me, you have a second choice too if you could choose to be inserted in a particular. That's why Quantum Leap. I don't know if you ever watched Quantum Leap, the show.
I vaguely remember.
So this show's premise, Quantum Leap, is he could travel through time, but it was more his
where he's been.
No, his consciousness would travel back in time, and he would be in a person's body.
Wow.
So when he would look in the mirror, it was always in somebody. So he would only be in a time period for a little while as another person, but his mind had taken over.
Okay.
And so in that scenario, I go, yeah, I like that show because he's inserted as different. He could be a black man, but he's a white guy, right?
Yeah.
Or he could be a Native American, or he could be a girl. He gets to experience the world not just as himself, but as other people, and be in their scenario.
That is interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was a good concept, and I always thought that would be the way to do it, because then what you just said, you jump back in time into a period, you could jump into somebody's life who's well off, and their social situation is more liquid, I guess, in that society. So you get to experience it instead of being like...
I mean, imagine coming... I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah.
At the time, imagine coming back as Rockefeller.
Right.
And someone who literally had so much wealth, he couldn't relate to what was going on with the everyday person.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we can learn a lot. I mean, gosh, that's just the old saying, walk another mile in another man's shoes.
Yeah.
That version of time travel is kind of interesting because you literally get to go spend a day in the life of somebody as
But it was
person.
a lot of firsts, too. They were developing so many new, parts of technology, and you name it, media. And so, like, to be there, oh my gosh, this is the first time. Whereas today... Yeah, it's cool that Apple has this new technology, but let's be honest, it's almost a better version of something we already have.
Yeah, I think that's what I like about movies so much, and books too, but really modern movies, they've gotten so good visually that you can really go... Sometimes I love just movies in different periods where I'm like, wow, they recreated this world, and you can really kind of, especially if it's well done, you can really feel it. Like, one of my favorite movies is Dances with Wolves. It's in my top 3 movies. Nice. And I'll watch it over and over again. And because it really transports me to a place, like, I'm like, man, it does such a good job of portraying that time and that openness and this untouched, pristine prairie land. And I don't know, just does special.
Very cool.
Good question.
Yeah.
Do you have one more?
I did all 3.
You did all 3?
Yeah.
Man, that was fast. You're like the fastest fish bowler.
You want to do another one?
Dude, go for it. 4 fish bowl questions.
Oh, gosh. This one says, describe your worst fear.
Ooh, what is it?
I don't even know if I have one.
Do you have a fear, though?
Oh, I do. What's my worst? Now you got my mind going.
Yeah, because you start thinking, what do I fear?
Yeah, because I don't think about it often. I purposefully don't. I don't fear death, so that's off the table.
Yeah, me either.
What do I fear?
It's weird. I don't fear death, but I'm afraid of heights. I am, and then I wonder. That's interesting because I go, well, then if I don't fear death, why am I afraid of heights? Because that's what I'm afraid of, is falling off and dying.
I love
it's not the dying part, though. It's the falling part freaks me out. I don't know. It's like terrifying death. I'd say that. That's what. Yeah.
I don't know. Daily life, I fear, and I'm a pedestrian. I've been a pedestrian. We didn't even get into any of that. I've been riding the bus, the city bus.
Yeah, you ride the
since
bus.
I was
That's
17.
right.
You know,
Yeah.
like this is, and in my mind, in an urban center, this would be normal.
Yeah,
in
right. But in Lake Charles, it's
I'm
not.
an anomaly.
Which you got people talking about that finally. I mean, that's good. I mean, it's in the conversation now.
Saying that for a second, I really do want to submit a challenge to Mayor Nick Hunter. I want to see him on the city bus one day.
Oh yeah.
But without the luxuries, because they always give the mayor and the councilman the best bus with the air going. I want him to have to experience a real life experience.
To show up at a bus stop in disguise, like secret boss or whatever.
And giving him objective. You know, you have to go to the store and buy a few items and go wait out on the bus for 45 minutes in the sun and see what people experience. Wanted to say that, by the way.
Yeah, well, I think that would be a good practice. There are people who choose to do that anyway. They're like, I'm going to go
Some
stand.
do, and maybe he has.
In the same
I
lines.
don't know. I'm going to assume that he hasn't. I'd say my fear is watching a pedestrian or bicyclist get hit.
Yeah.
That is a fear of mine.
Been hit by a car. I think I told you that the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah, been hit by a car, and a few people, I've mentioned it on the show a few times. Not a good experience, and I think I got hit about 45 miles an hour.
Thank God you survived.
I did survive, and I'm going to tell you, look, you can look behind you. You see that stick leaning up against the wall? Yeah. I call that my prayer stick, my walking stick. I've had that since I was 20 years old. I'm going to tell a story.
Go for it.
So I was camping at Kisatchie Bayou, and I didn't have a walking stick. And I was walking across one of the waterways that like a sandbar area, and there was a beaver dam in the middle of that water. You could see where they had made it, and you could look upriver, up waterway, whatever that was, and you could see these two little beavers, and they literally had pushed that. They were chewing on that and pushed it into the water. And I could see it floating down the water. And they had lined it up to hit that dam. And there might be naturalists that really get upset by the story. But when it floated down, it was coming pretty fast. And I was walking through. It was real shallow. It hit my leg, and it like stuck against my leg. And I looked at it, and I was like, the ends of it were pointed and chewed off.
Uh-huh.
And I just picked it up and held it in my hand. And it just felt like it belonged there.
Felt right, yeah.
I did. So I kept it. And then I took it hiking a few times, and when I was in the Sierra Club, and one of a good friend, I would love to connect with him. I don't know where he's at these days, but his name was Michael Sholin, a real naturalist guy. And he said, "That's a nice stick. I like it." And he was holding it, and he goes, "But you need to cut it off about right here." No. And so he took his fingernail and he marked it. And so when I trusted him. He was a good friend. I did. Yeah. I cut it off to the height that he told me to.
Okay.
And so that thing has got my blood, sweat, tears. It's been with me through thick and thin. Like, that stick is literally my counselor. It's awesome. Honestly, I'm being honest. That stick, people, you get attached to objects, and it's nothing to anyone else. But like when I'm holding that and walking, I'm talking to God. That's just the way it feels. Well, I was walking with that day. Had it in my left hand. And when the car hit me, it was interesting because the ambulance, the way I got hit, I was cut and busted up, but he said, I was looking around because I was all wrapped up and bleeding. I was looking around, and he's like, "What are you looking for?" He's like, "You need to come here." And I said, "Well, I'm looking for my stick," because I got to find it. I thought it was going to be destroyed, It's weird. I'm bleeding, but I'm thinking about that stick. Anyway,
it's a part of you. Yeah,
it felt like I got to find it. And so it was like 20 or 30 feet away. And so I found it, and I brought it back, and he was like, "Were you holding that?" And I said, "Yeah." And so when I got to get the x-rays done on my left arm, the lady who did my x-rays, he said, "You were holding that stick, about how were you holding it?" And I showed her, and she said, "That saved your arm." She said, "If you would have had your arm to your side, that mirror that hit you probably would have snapped your arm off at the elbow." Because it tore the whole side of that car when it was just gone. Like, it obliterated it. And she said, because your arm was at that angle, your arm went forward and up, and that's why your stick. But she said, as far away as it was, the way you got hit, it saved your arm. And I think about that now, like how little tiny things, like I could have been just a little too far to the left and not holding that stick, and I could have a completely handicapped arm. So, anyway.
Life. I was in a freak accident once, and it changed things for me. So I feel you. When those moments happen, you're like, okay. Yeah.
Little tiny things that if they were different, it could be a different story. I feel you walking now. with you walk, I mean, do you ever walk to the station?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's a feeling that you get now. I know I have it when I'm walking, even on a sidewalk, because I was in a safe zone.
I told my brother, you never know. We never know. It could be your last time.
No, I got, someone swerves, they look at their phone, they pop up on a curve.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it could happen. It doesn't matter what you're doing.
We were joking the other day because it was kind of the weather was up.
Yeah.
I went walking. I got splashed 4 times.
That's a baptism.
4 times.
Yeah, that's baptism.
Eventually, after the second, I took the umbrella, I pulled it up, and I said, you know what? I'm just not even going to try.
No, I hear you. I've gotten to where this is a joke. It's a personal thing. I've never told anybody this. But when I'm walking and it's wet outside, and people they don't even try to not splash you. It's not like they're even trying to splash you. Just don't care. I don't get mad about it anymore. I literally, for a second, just kind of put my this is going to sound so corny, but I just go, thank you. Like, it's a baptism.
I did.
You just baptized
No, you're
me.
right.
Yeah.
I literally had to, and I looked at it as a humbling moment. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. I get it.
And I don't regret walking one bit. It is what it is.
I agree. I think walking, I mean, I wish I could walk
It's mentally, it helps me a lot.
Sure. Yeah. It's gotten me out of depressions before, just going out and being out in the light and walking.
They've proven it helps.
It does. Yeah. This has been good, man. I'm serious. I'm glad you came on the show. What are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
Just because I thought about everything you told me before the interview, and I'm like, I'm going to try my best to be under an hour. I'm going to try my best not to talk about Fox or KBYS or any of the things that happen, and I end up talking about all that stuff.
But man, I know that it feels that way because I'm not big on complaining, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's complaining without a purpose. It's one thing to vent and let off steam. I mean, there's literally a reason we call it that, because the pressure builds and it's not good. But the other day I was we drink tea a lot at home, and I was thinking about venting and letting off steam. I was watching the tea kettle get hot, and I had my tea to the side, and I thought, there's 2 ways you can do this. It's good because things are boiling, the water's building up, and that thing starts to whistle. But you can either sit there and let it whistle, or you can pop the top, turn the heat off, and then pour it and make tea out of it.
Right.
And so I was like, it's okay to get passionate. It's okay to boil. Just make tea. Don't
do something with it. Make something productive out of it.
Like, it's that judo flip of the energy. Complain, but make tea out of it. Right?
Yeah, I like that.
Let it be a hot water for something good. Don't let it just sit there and boil in you, and you're just going
right.
For hours on end, and that's not good for anybody.
And I did for a while, but I think now it's funny. You have people close to me, and they're like, I feel like you're going to be a motivational speaker one day, or you're going to do something. And I'm like, I don't know what's in my future, to be honest. I still dream, but it's not like it used to be. It's different because you don't know the factors. You don't know what's going to happen. But I'm grateful. I will say that everybody I've ever encountered, every situation I've dealt with, I really do appreciate that. Even though it was the worst time of my life, it got me to this point. So
yeah. So for people who don't know you and don't know anything about Braylin Jenkins or Wide Awake, how do they find you? What's the links, man?
So the main website is heybrayj.com.
Okay.
Hey Brayj. And from there on social media, Braylin Jenkins, you'll see the Wide Awake with Bray J Facebook page. You find those, you search my name pretty much and you'll find me, which is funny. There's one more Braylin Jenkins proper, actually in Oklahoma.
Okay.
He's younger than me, and we connected years ago.
That's cool.
So it's kind of cool.
That is cool. Yeah.
So not him, not the redhead, but me. So.
Yeah. Look for the logo. It's the neon lights, and he's got the lights on for anybody who needs them.
Yeah.
All right, brother.
Thanks
for coming.
Much.
Oh, good experience. I'm glad you came.
Thanks.
I love you just as well.
Thanks for listening to this episode of Find the Good News. If you would like to advertise on this show or sponsor an episode, just visit findthegood.news. Send me a message and we'll see about getting your business, organization, service, product, or event on the show. I deeply thank each of you again for supporting this podcast.